Chris, matukula muda. Matukula muda kabisa. Kama tushaanza. 2 hours na to delay.
Should have delay.
Yeah. 30 people there inside the house.
Once a filmer, tu as un problème. Once a filmer, quoi tu? Chocolat. Oh. Ah oui, on est ça. Je te couille ça. Gaël. Couille tout. Bienvenue sur le Congo 26 TV, nous sommes le 29 juin 2024. Donc, voici sur le lieu, nous sommes déjà présents où la réflexion sur l'exploitation et l'oppression dans la République démocratique du Congo s'est passée. Nous sommes dans la province de KwaZulu-Natal, juste dans la ville de Durban. Donc, les gens dont vous voyez en train de passer, ils viennent juste pour participer à cette réflexion. Je m'appelle Christian, depuis Durban. Et nous sommes avec les conseillers de la conférence, M. Kapel Mtati, membre ou bien le représentant des mouvements congolais pour la Renaissance. Nous allons lui poser quelques questions. M. Kapel Mtati, bonjour.
Bonjour, monsieur le journaliste.
Tunaona leo piko activité hapa watu biko naingia kutoka au juste nini naendelea?
Bon, mbio tunaorganize evenement ya le 30 juin itakuwa kesho, mesi tunaifanya mu avance kufuatana na condition materielle ya watu wetu wanaishi Afrique du Sud. Dimanche ni siku ya eglise, tukutaka kuperturbe ile programme yao. Mais tunakutana hapa ni mbo kuingine batu wanasema ni celebration, so si atuke kucelebrate kwa juu tuko na 64 yenye ilipotea na ingia mushimo bila development yote. So hii programme tunafanya ni reflexion. Na hii reflexion tunataka tusikie mu peuple nyeko concerné kwa juu les dirigeants wenye wanatubeba soit wenye wako mu politique actuelle wenye wana tu groupe ya ba elite ba politiciens wenye wanatembeza nchi wenye wako mu opposition wenye wako mu société civile ba syndicaliste ba leader spirituel traditionnel. Tunaona kama hakuna solution itatoka kwao, so ifo najua tuko hapa ukiangalia ta titre tunasema ni 64 ya exploitation na oppression ya Congo, na question tunataka kujiuliza what is to be done. Mu français nasema quoi faire, mu Kiswahili tunasema tufanye nini kama raia kwa juu ya kulibere pays yetu, kwa juu tunaona ingine peuple mwingine mainchi inafanya maefe yenye inarudisha validere wao kulini. Example tu moja ya kwanza ni kusema tuliona Kenya jeunesse ilishimama kuangalia system yenye gouvernement litakuweka parlementaire waza kuvote, waliona kama itaenda kuharibisha kukamula maisha ya peuple. So peuple kasema no, ni si ndio tuko peuple souverain na tuko na pouvoir, il faut turudishe valider munjia yenye iko, na tuliona kweli vraiment ile kitu bali to bon Congo na sisi tunaespere kwa juu inégalité sociale kwa mkubwa ile inégalité sociale iko ya mkubwa sana. Munjia gani? Unakutana huko na député kuna 5000 hapa wako na anapokea $100, so ile ni problem yenye tunapaswa tufanye kwa juu ya kusaidia pays yetu ikue. So njoo yenye tunataka kufanya hapa, tunakuya kufanya reflexion ya hiyo 64 na kuangalia nini tufanye kwa juu ya kutengeneza pays yetu. Merci ça.
Ok, merci. Vous allez vous faire vivre ce qui se passe.
Ok,
donc nous sommes rester connectés, branchés, donc pour vous faire vivre ce qui se passe juste dans la réflexion sur l'exploitation et l'oppression dans la République démocratique du Congo. Donc, restez branchés et nous allons vous faire tout vivre. Kama kawaida tuko Durban. Avant la date d'indépendance. Donc, le mouvement va le préparer, va le préférer kuanza leo kufunga date ya soi-disant indépendance ingine biko wana. Voilà ce qui se passe. Merci.
Comrade, nani yakuwa tayari? Jesus.
Anasema nini?
Hivyo sawa. Mzee ufanyizie kule, tunataka kuanza. Utampatia Jeremy simu.
Chris, nani yako ni? Iko.
Yeah. Problem.
Iko sawa.
Nani yako ni? Channel yako.
Okay. Mpatie simu na Bibi National. Ongea na Jeremy. Tanza na Bibi National. Ongea naye kisha akinani, kisha utakutana kwa tu karibu yake tu pale.
Good morning, comrades. Good morning, everyone. We have to start our program this morning.
Taikala fasi.
For being a bit late. As you all know, we, as a people, we are still busy fighting and trying to find a cure of this time-respecting sentiment. But we believe we will win the war, we will cure it. For some reason, we had to be a bit late, but we will start. I'm going to call on stage our chairperson, who will be among the keynote speakers, just to join us, Mr. Alexis. We're going to have our president, Mr. Pascal, who will join us on the stage. And also, before we open with our national anthem, I'm going to just advise my colleagues and comrades. We know we are Congolese, and our official language is French, and Swahili is one of our major national languages. However, being in the English-speaking country, and with our keynote speakers having prepared their work in the local official language, so you will kindly accept that we will use English language during the keynote delivery, and because we have two phases, during the discussions, when we are contributing, we will ask you, when you want to contribute, to use the language that you are comfortable with, and they will try to translate at that time. But when we are delivering the keynote, kindly please accept that we will use the English language. Thank you very much, comrades. Without wasting more time, we will pass to the national anthem, and after that, I'll continue again to introduce our keynote speaker, and obviously to get us up to speed, and we will take it from there. May I kindly ask you, all of us, to stand up, and we will, if you look at the program, that's the paper that you have on your desk, the first page is the program, but on the second page there is the lyrics for our national anthem, and our DJ is going to play it on our sound system, and we will sing after the system. So we will stand up and we will sing our national anthem. Épandance, dressons nos fronts, longtemps courbés, et pour les ponts, prenons les plus belles élans dans la paix, au peuple ardent, parlez la paix, nous bâtirons un pays plus beau qu'avant dans la paix, citoyens, entonnez l'hymne sacré de votre solidarité, fièrement, saluez l'emblème d'or de votre souveraineté. Congo, Dieu béni, Congo, Désaé, Congo, au pays, Congo. Et nous peuplerons ton soleil, nous assurerons ta grandeur. Prends tes jouets au doux soleil, prends tes jouets, dis dans tes jouets, jour sacré sans les témoins, jour sacré de les mortels, serment de liberté, que nous léguons à notre postérité pour toujours. Thank you. We may be seated, comrade, and thank you for singing our national anthem. As we going to go into our program, I will just introduce our keynote speaker. And the stage is too high, so I don't know if it will be okay for me to stand. I've seen our production company have been trying to set up something, so I'm not sure if I stand up here with their settings or not. Comrade, sorry, at the back, we stand up here on the stage. Is going to interfere with your settings, or should we sit on? If you can check quickly. You know, when the Holy Spirit of liberation comes in here, so some of us may want to be moving around and so on. And so we don't want to interfere with what has been set up, so we just want to know if it will be okay or not. And then we can always sit, and then we will deliver what we need to deliver, or we can stand up whenever we want. So if you can give us a thumb up. It's okay to stand up? Okay, thank you. Comrades, again, once again, welcome to this Reflection Day that we have has been organized by CRM, which is Congolese Renaissance Movement. I'm just going to quickly introduce our keynote speaker this morning. As I said, so we are reflecting on 64 years of independence. We call it 64 years of exploitation and oppression. And today we want to reflect on what needs to be done after all these years of exploitation and oppression. And we will have, as I said, we will have two phases. Today we will have keynote deliveries from our speakers who will speak to us, will give us some food for our souls, food for thoughts. And after that, we will have to be deliberating on that, we'll reflect on that, we'll contribute, we'll debate, we'll discuss, and at the end, so we will know together as a community as to what is that we need to do, what is our contribution to into this struggle against the oppression and the exploitation. So we will have our first speaker will be our chairperson, Mr. Alexis, who is the chairperson of CRM. After that, Mr. Alexis, you can just stand up so that you can see him. For those who may not know him, Mr. Alexis Ngomoya is the chairperson of CRM, Congolese Renaissance Movement. After him, we will have Mr. Dr. Feruzi Mwamba, who is the social justice activist, is a researcher and lecturer. So he's going to give us 64 years of exploitation and oppression. So he's going to take us through that. He will preach to us. So I want you guys to please take note when he's preaching. And when the Holy Spirit of liberation is here, so we want us to really receive that. Okay. So Mr. Dr. Feruzi, you may stand up so that we can see you. Thank you very much. With us also we have Comrade Sandile Dai, who is the SSP PEC member. Is a former provincial secretary of the Young Communist League and also chairperson in KZN. So he will be also our second keynote speaker. So Mr. Comrade, again, long live. And we will have a message of encouragement or support from our comrade who is going to join us from the Kosatu provincial team. And after that, we will have also a message of support from our Richard Bay Congolese community who are on their way due to traffic. I think they were slightly delayed. And after that, we will have now our discussion, our debate, where we will speak debating now on what we have been fed, when we debate, we discuss, the line of action that require us what to do, what needs to be done. On 64 years of exploitation, Christian, what is you and I need to do to liberate the And after that, we will have our president,
Speaker,
word of thanks, that will be
Forward, socialism forward.
Forward. Thank you very much. And also when we have the word of thanks, then we have the questions and also parting from this place. That will be in a nutshell our program, comrades. And as I said, before I welcome our chairperson, and also, sorry, my name is Monediake Jeremy Nyamanjoku, and I will be your program moderator or director, if you may want to call it that way. I am a member of CRM, and a movement that is doing wonders to help liberate our people in the Congo. As I was saying, comrades, and as you can see it on the title that we have today, 64 years. We know that tomorrow, the Congo, we are celebrating 64 years of independence, 30th June. History tells us that on the 30th of June, Congo was declared independent Congo. So now, many of us can argue, are we really independent since then, from that day where independence was, as we all know, was earned from the sweat and blood of many people who died. But if we look at us today, can we exactly say that are we free? Are we independent? Are we enjoying the freedom that we have? Hence today we wanted to reflect on this 64 years. We term it of exploitation. May have other idea, may argue otherwise, you have your time. But here we believe it has been 64 years of exploitation, of oppression. And we try to prove it here through our keynote speakers. The independence was earned from the blood of many of our compatriots. We died for it, so we will have freedom. Unfortunately, many of us cannot say that we are really free. Looking at us now today who are in exile, living outside our country, maybe the question can be, while we here, you know, many have been dispersed in many countries, and some of us are here now in South Africa. What are we doing? Are we being distracted, or are we still focused and reflecting on how to contribute to liberate our country? But again, it is thanks to movements like the police movement that keep us focusing, keep us away from any kind of distraction, and always trying to bring us together and reflect on our country and try all means on how we can contribute to build our country and take it forward. But before we do that, we have to understand these 64 years. What happened? What have they been? And from there, we can now start strategizing on lines of action, what we need to do. When we accept and agree in one accord that really oppressed, and when that is agreed upon, then we decide the action, the line of action that we can go So without taking much of our time, because we already late according to our program, I will call on stage our chairperson to come and give us an introduction to the Congolese Renaissance movement. He will introduce us the CRM. What is CRM? You're welcome, Mr. Alexis Momoya. Comrades, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, President of CRM. Thank you, Secretary General of CRM and all comrades around here. I welcome all of you in the name of revolution. Mine is not too much. I will only talk about the CRM. Why Congolese Renaissance Movement was The Congolese Renaissance Movement is a grassroots social movement established in 2018 with the mission to organize, mobilize, educate, and lead the Congolese masses in the decisive struggle to end the exploitation and oppression that have persisted since the era of King Leopold and continue to this day. A significant factor behind the formation of CRM is widespread dissatisfaction with government system, starting from King of Belgium rule through the colonial period and continuing with subsequent leadership transition from Lumumba to the present regime. Each of these phases has failed to alleviate the suffering and hardship of the masses. CRM believes that the national bourgeoisie, Congolese political leaders, have been unable to end occupation, hardship, pain, killings, and suffering that many of our people are facing daily, and bring about meaningful social change. Therefore, the transformation of Congolese society rests on the shoulders of the masses themselves. These masses must be organized around class line, transcending division of tribe, ethnicity, region, religion, and any other form of discrimination that could divide them. To address this enduring legacy of colonialism, neo-colonialism, and the brutality of capitalism and imperialism, the CRM believes that there is a need to build a vanguard movement. This movement will consist of capable and visionary cadres who are politically and ideologically equipped to agitate, organize, mobilize, educate, and lead the masses in a decisive struggle to achieve political, social, and economic transformation. These cadres will guide the Congolese people in taking over state power and transforming the country from a neo-colonial state into a truly democratic and independent country. The CRM adopts Pan-Africanism and socialism as a theoretical foundation guiding its development and political strategy. It identifies itself as Marxist, Leninist, Pannonian, Lumumbian, and the Mulelian movement, aiming to build capable and visionary cadres who can lead the Congolese masses in the fight against exploitation and oppression. The ideologies of Marxism, Leninism, Pannonism, Lumumbism, and the Mulelism serve as analytical tools to understand the daily struggle of the Congolese people and to devise effective strategies for social change. These ideologies are not rigid dogmas, but capable, adaptable guide to action in the context of the DR Congo, because a politician without a political education is a proper tool of analysis. No, without the proper tools of analysis, is or she is considered as a potential criminal. This is Thomas Sankara who said this. The CRM uses Marxism to understand the nature of capitalism in DR Congo, and the Leninism to analyze imperialism and to learn how to build a strong and capable revolutionary movement that will effectively mobilize the masses. Fanonism helps the movement understand colonialism and its effect on the Congolese people and country, as well as the role of intellectuals in the struggle for liberation. Lumumbism and the Mulanism assist adapting Marxism, Leninism, and Fanonism to the specific context of the Congo. Lumumbism is viewed as a doctrine, while Mulanism is seen as a force. I think the Congolese know about the Lumumbism and the Mulanism. Together, this element provides an invisible weapon to free the Congolese masses from the bondage of capitalist imperialism in their proxy and agents. The vision of CRM is to establish a true socialist state in the DR Congo, one that is secular, peaceful, stable, just, prosperous, non-tribal, non-ethnic, non-regional, non-sexist, and united. To achieve this vision, CRM seeks support from all progressive organizations within Congo, South Africa, SADC and SSCP, Africa, and globally. The movement actively pursues international solidarity, recognizing that the struggle for liberation and social justice transcend national borders. By building alliance with progressive organizations such as HSCP, COSATU, and other organizations worldwide, CRM aims to strengthen its capacity to fight against system of oppression and exploitation in DR Congo, drawing on shared experiences and mutual support to advance the cause of the Congolese people. Today, Patrice Lumumba reminds us that without struggle, we will achieve nothing, neither today nor tomorrow. People of Congo, let us put aside our differences and unite in our effort to build a better future for our children and future generations. And I thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Alexis, our chairperson, for that introduction to CRM. And I understand, Comrade, that we are all taking note already, and we can hear from that message how CRM is a very an apologetically socialist movement that seeks to advance the need of an equal and developed society in Congo. And we use that, we use a very strong leftist ideologies to achieve that. And we are unapologetic for that. For our people, for our society, we lean on the left so that we can ensure the progress of our people. And as you understand, you're going to learn more during this session. And without taking more time, I'm going to introduce, to bring to the stage, or to ask Dr. Ferouz to give us the food. This will be our brunch, as we are leading toward lunchtime. So we'll have our brunch, and after that we'll have our lunch from our visiting comrade. So you're welcome, Dr. Ferouz, to take us through our main keynote, first main keynote of the day. You're welcome.
Viva Patrice Lumumba, viva! Viva! Viva Comrade Laurent Désiré Kabila, viva! Viva! Viva Oliver Tambo, viva! Viva! Viva the spirit of Kwame Nkrumah, viva! Viva! Viva the spirit of Samora Machel, viva! Viva! Viva the spirit of Thomas Sankara, viva! Viva! Amanda! Awetu! Manda! Maibwe! Africa! Africa! Aibuye. Viva the DRC, viva. Viva. Viva Lumumba, viva. Viva. Comrade, in the revolution, Comrade Dad, we led together. And I'm so impressed to see that I'm sharing the same platform with this comrade where we were pushing the left thinking in spaces that were not comfortable for the left thinking. And I'm not mentioning the name because I'm employed by that space. So I'm not going to mention which space where we are pushing the left thinking. But for now, because I'm in the COSATU house, allow me to say that, comrade, I'm glad. I'm glad to be here. Program Director, Mwenyebake, Chairperson, Pascal Munanga, Comrade Sandile Dai, Comrade Sumaili Rajao, Comrade Alex. When you called me to come and address the masses of our people about the DRC, you did not tell me what is the topic. You just told me what must be done. You said the DRC as a nation exists, and our people have been oppressed. And you told me that we don't celebrate. But you told me that, what is it that must be done? And you referred me to Comrade Lenin. And you told me, and I took it as a homework, Comrade Dan, to say that we should go back. You remember when we were in the university, we were reading Das Kapital, and other comrades who perhaps today they forget their direction. We won't mention their names, but we know what we are facing. So, leadership, I said, I am going to do the autopsy of the nation. The autopsy of the nation, because for me, I conceive Program Director as the DRC is not a nation. It's not a nation, but it remains a state. And a nation can die, but the state can exist. So from there I say, let's look first for us to reach the point where we are going to look at the autopsy of the nation. Let's look at the DRC in the post-colonial era. Was it a nation or a state? And if it was a state, was it constituted by different nations? And what were the material conditions of those nations, Comrade Pascal? Kingdoms existed before the arrival of the white man. And these kingdoms had their own rules, their own governing structures. But they were not constituting what we call today the DRC. But there was a conference in 1884, 1885, which decided to create nation states. And the result of that conference which to some scholars, they even argue to say that conference, the Berlin Conference, it was all about the Congolese question. The Congo. To try to see how they are going to live in harmony as colonial authorities, colonial masters, and colonial countries. So that conference had nothing to do with Congolese. It was for them to sort out whatever challenges that they were having as colonialists. And we became the Congo Free State as a property of some king, King Leopold. Along the way, we became the republic. But from our people and the analysis of a colonial state and how black people can liberate themselves, our people started organizing themselves. They accepted the notion of a nation state. But equally so, the colonial authority had already divided us as Congolese. But one of our own, Comrade Patrice Lumumba, came with the idea of unification of the country. Because the country had political parties, Comrade Chair, that were based on tribe. We had the Association of the Congo as a political party. We had other small political parties that were representing interest of tribes. But Comrade Patrice Lumumba understood that our destiny as black people and the colonial experiences that we went through, oppression, it was not the oppression of the Luba, it was not the oppression of the Kasai, it was not the oppression of the Baswahili, it was the oppression of all of us as black people. And that oppression was not only happening in the DRC, it was happening all over the continent. So the Pan-Africanist idea of saying, let's liberate ourselves, let's concentrate to liberate our individual countries. And there was a lot of discussions around how do we fight together as a continent, or should we start country by countries and later on we'll discuss about the African unity. And it was agreed. And there was two different views during that time that were pushing different ideas. But because the topic of today is about the DRC, so Comrade Lumumba was of the view the country must be unified and the liberation should be the total liberation of the entire country. And he was not apologetic, and he had a clear ideological direction. And that direction was a communist direction, which led him to death. He died. Other people other leaders emerged. But because in this venue I believe that we are all Marxist, Leninist, the struggle for Patrice Lumumba was identified by the theories of Karl Marx that positioned our people and the oppressor within a framework that can identify a bourgeoisie class, which was a white class, by the way, and a proletariat class, which was constituted by us as black people. He died. If you look at what informed Comrade Patrice Lumumba, we can link it to the writings of Comrade Lenin and the writing of Comrade Mzala Numa, which raise the question of a national question. What should be the national question? How do we respond to that national question in a post-colonial state? He died. Mobutu came in with the popular movement of revolution, the empire. Was it really a revolutionary movement? For me, I would respond, no. Because it is emerged after the killing of our leader, Patrice Lumumba. He ran the country. He took back the country to the same people who oppressed us. They came not as colonial authorities, they came as investors, as people who ran the administration of the state. They were okay, and Mobutu was proud. But a group of communists who did not agree with him decided to found a movement that were fighting that disease which was. Comrade Pierre Mulele, Comrade Laurent Désiré Kabila, they refused. They took arms and they mobilized our people within the perspective of antagonism and the thesis and antithesis of the post-colonial state. They fought, but the oppression continued. 1997, through the changes of geopolitics and the end of the Cold War and the so-called the collapse of the communists, which Comrade Pascal, I don't believe that we collapsed. we did not collapse as communists. We are still there, but it rushed the USSR as the state that collapsed. And we won't go much into the collapse of the USSR as the state, no matter how it was federal state, but it had its own issue as a state. But Cuba exists and many other progressive forces exist. And still, progressive scholars have been produced. So the end of the Cold War changed the entire politics of the region. And we had Laurent Désiré Kabila coming in. But for us from the left, we have never rejected him, Comrade Laurent Désiré Kabila. No matter how Comrade died, he could have implemented certain policies that were not favorable to certain people. But he claimed to be a Marxist Leninist. That is the principle. And all his actions can be theorized and be analyzed within Marxist perspective. And we can ask the question whether Comrade Laurent Désiré Kabila was a communist or not. But he declared. And we saw how the state was involved in social development of our country. He died too. He was killed. Joseph Kabila came in. About Joseph Kabila, Comrade Dai and Comrade Alex, I am not able to trace his ideological direction. So I can't say the state was governed using which ideological position. I don't know if I could say it is the open shop that the ANC adopted. I'm not sure, but I can't mention it. But the oppression continued. He left. We have another new president, President Felix, who is the president. If you read their constitution, their policies, and by the way, Comrade Munyeba, the IDPs used to be part of the world communist, and it participated in communist conferences, global communist conferences. The socialist movement. They declared the social democracy, by the way. And their motto is the people above, the people first. And our people trusted. Our people died in supporting while they were oppressed, but they believed then that this is the alternative force that could bring social change to our people. The dynamics changed and the global forces and contradictions changed. They took power. We won't discuss how they took power because we are not here for that. But the expectation of our people was that because this is a movement that claimed to be a social democrat movement, and you know most of social democracy parties emerged just after World War II to try to mobilize and tactics. But today, it's up to you to say whatever that you have in your mind. But I can't claim that they are social democrats or they are communists or they are whatever that they think they are. But I can't position themselves in anything. So from this first step of my submission, Comrade Chair, allow me to say the state is there. And we need to do now the autopsy of this. Because Comrade Machel told us that for the state to survive, the tribe must die. He did not say that we must go and kill the Shona, the Babembe, the Bafuliru, or the everyone. But he said the idea of tribe need to be removed. And to create a national unit that bring all of us together as a nation. But that is not the case of what is happening. So for me, the autopsy then will start by looking at the intellectuals.
I'm not sure.
Because Lenin tells us that learn and continue to learn. So, as communists who are the vanguard of the working class, ours is to analyze all the forces, the contradictions, and develop a clear ideological direction that will take the state forward. No matter how it can be, no matter how it can be defined, but as communists, our task is to learn and continue learning, because the society changes every day. Community. So in going to that, by looking at the intellectuals, do we really have intellectuals who are going program director to respond to oppression and all of these challenges that our people are facing? So let me talk about intellectuals. Tandika Mkandawiwe wrote a very serious work titled The Three Generations of African Scholars. Looked at the scholars in the continent and he divided them into three. There are scholars who had a chance to go and study in Europe during colonialism. These scholars, they studied in Europe. They never came back to the continent. So they did not have anything to do with the continent, including the DRC. A second generation of scholars are scholars who studied both during colonialism, but they had chances of being taken to study outside of the continent, to go and support the colonial administration. So the colonial authorities were sending them to Europe, to Western countries, to study, not to respond to the national question, but to study, to come back in the continent and make sure that the colonial administration is running correctly. So it was a labor force that was prepared outside of the continent to allow the colonial administration to survive. A third group of these scholars is a group of scholars who were born during colonialism. They started perhaps their high school or primary school during colonialism. Then they went to Europe to study, because the second group of scholars, which is constituted by Comrade Kwame Nkrumah, Achima Feje, all of these scholars who went there to study, and then we can affiliate them to even certain African intellectuals of that generation who never went to Europe, but they were studying in Africa, but in some progressive universities that colonial authorities made to allow them to do something. Comrade Robert Mugabe, Comrade Oliver Tambo, and other comrades. But this same second group of scholars, some of them, they came back. They accepted to be progressive and be part of the liberation. They created political parties, Kwame Nkrumah, Dr. John Langalibale Dube. They went to Europe, they studied, and they came back, and they did something for the continent. The third generation. This third generation benefited from the second. They went to Europe. When they came back, some of them decided to refuse to be part of public administration. They went to the side of the former colonial masters. They became experts in IMF and World Bank. Another group of scholars, such as Wamba Dia Wamba, Ali Mazrui, Sabelon Blovu Gacheni, they came back. They remained in universities, and some of them, they went and joined our movement in Ghana, and they succeeded. Since we have had now this group of these intellectuals, let's now bring these intellectuals in the context of the DRC. Currently, which type of intellectuals do we have? We have intellectuals, and that is where I'm responding now, what must be done. As communists, we must produce our own intellectuals. Because the intellectuals that we have come down, no. They don't have a direction. And Comrade Alex said that we learn from Comrade Sankara, who says that if there is no an ideological direction, you are just a criminal. Please allow me to use the word criminal. So we have intellectuals, and I will call them criminal intellectuals. These intellectuals, they have no direction. And all of them, they want to be in everything, in the national question. And I'm going to give you a very simple thing. Professor Bahati Lukwebo, very brilliant man, very intelligent man. He is the member of the senior intellectuals of the country. So he constitutes the intellectual elite of the DRC. He's the member of the intellectual elite of the DRC. But the same person is a businessman. He is one of the successful business people in the country. But he's an intellectual in a university. And we all know how the global capital works. The global capital operates within the framework of its own survival, not the survival of the state or the survival of the nation. And it creates what other comrade calls economic security guard. Who then they are adopted in the economic system of the country. They are given the status of successful businessmen. But their business, a little drop of the main business of the global capital. But this one is an intellectual. This same person is linked to the same military elite. Influences even the appointment of certain generals in. So what must be done, comrades, is for us to begin to think, how do we produce intellectuals who are for the people, who can analyze the conditions of our people, and be ready to get involved in the liberation of our people. For me, that is what must be done. The first thing that must be done. The second one, patriotism. How do we produce a patriotic citizen context of a post-colonial state that is captured by capital. Because for me, the problem of the DRC is not Rwanda. The problem of the DRC is not Tanzania. It's not anyone. But the DRC has resources, has minerals, and global capital forces. They want all of those. So you can accept it or refuse it, but for them they can use anyone as long as they are getting those resources, those minerals. How then do you bring these intellectuals and play a role of mobilizing, conscientizing the way PRM is doing, to analyze the context of the nation? Because you can't analyze the nation without theories or ideological positions. No, you can't. And then you give birth to a patriotic citizenship that is clear with the proper direction, that understands the diagnosis of the nation. Not patriotism of raising the flag, or patriotism of claiming. We can all claim. Now, another aspect, this state that we want to build, this communist state, comrades, that need to produce patriotic citizens. But the proletarian, low-paid proletarians, they can be easily manipulated. They don't have a direction. They want food on the table. They want jobs. They loom. How do we create a low-paid class within a framework of a capitalist society? Because ours is to aim at a communist state or a socialist state. But we will not reach there, comrade, by jumping and saying that we are going to move from a capitalist state and jump. It is processes. Now, within these processes, how do we put as intellectuals our knowledge, our focus to this other class, this other group? That Comrade Marx did not talk much about these lumpen. But for me, I'm looking at them as a very big problem. With all the changes, environmental changes, geopolitical changes, these ones, they're becoming a problem. And you'll agree with me, Comrade Dai, that's what we are facing now in South Africa, with the emergence of certain political parties that has no any ideological direction, no policies, nothing. But it can attract a certain group of our people. Comrade Chair, that is my second solution. The production of a patriotic citizen. And this citizen should not be a bourgeoisie class, should not be a second class of the workers, but the lumpen proletarians who can be easily manipulated. And they constitute the majority. Because what the capitalist system has done, it co-opts people from the proletarian and adopt them and give them a status of a bourgeoisie class which they don't have. Comrade, I'm going to mention him. Moise Katumbi in the DRC. A billionaire, rich. Is he a national bourgeoisie? Was he produced by a political party? That would say the way the Communist Party in China does.
come die, it's fine, you are part of the NEC. It's okay, our people are facing issues around distribution of medical stuff. Can you help us? From the process, you also get something. The last one, corruption.
Trust Benelin. With over 2,500 checks and a tamper evidence seal. Benelin, quality checked, time trusted choice.
My last one is corruption. How do we deal with corruption if we don't control the education system? Program director, let me develop on that. You will never have corruption without a corruptee and a corrupt. We can't talk about corruption by looking at one side. We need to look at these two. If the state cannot respond to the need of the people, it can't send people to school. People goes to school using bank loans, using their own parents paying for them. How are you expecting them to be patriotic intellectuals? So the first step to fight corruption is how, if you, Sierra, you take power, how are you going to develop the skills of our people who are going to be the product of the state? Not individual product. Because where they are going to study, the foundation and the basic knowledge that we have is prescribed within a capitalist framework. And René Descartes wrote, and almost every university in the country runs around the idea of René Descartes. Je pense, donc je suis. I think, therefore I am. The cogito or sum. So, the je pense, therefore I am, it locates the idea of existence within the society using the I, moi. My dad paid my school fees. My mother took a loan. So if I go to work in public sector, it is me. And even as we are researchers, we research using the I. It's me. It's my experience, my reputation. But these socialist ideas that will fight corruption need to develop an intellectual class, which I would call a national intellectual class, which is the product of the revolution, which cannot stand and say, I am who I am today because of I, which can contradict René Descartes' right. Amanda! Are we still together? Yes. So now, this intellectual class will be liable to this. And its a legitimate existence will depend on the state. As a result, it will have lowest probability to be corrupt or to produce wrong policies that will benefit itself. And the state. So how can this state produce a non-corrupt citizen if the state does not care on citizens? If it does not care about minimum wage, how do you expect someone works the whole night and you pay him 4,000 a month? He has a family. And the state does not provide free education. The state does not provide free medical care. It is open to corruption. How do you expect a woman who is in charge of the entire family? She needs to work to take care because there are no jobs. You create policies to say that women must be given opportunities. A woman has an opportunity. She's alone in the family. She's the only one working. She has the highest probability to be bribed. So, a corruptee and a corrupt. These very same investors, they come, they select within that elite group of these intellectuals who are the same business people who are also corrupt. And corruption. So, comrade, that was my autopsy of the DRC and my response to what must be done.
Amanda! Viva Patrice Lumumba! Viva!
Viva!
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Feruzi. Comrade, can we clap once more for our comrade? I believe that we were taking note. Remember I said earlier on, when the Holy Spirit of liberation is here, we will be fed. And I believe we'll come out of here with ideas as to what needs to be done. And I believe when we get to that, we will indeed contribute from the food that will have been fed by our keynote speaker. In my small notes, I noted in the autopsy of the nation, the Berlin Conference was never for the people, was for the colonial masters to see how they can loot the continent, and in this case, the DRC. Divide to rule or to reign is the key weapon the colonials always use. And there we know, we can see tribalism comes in. This one, Azamu Swahili, Mungala Wana, divide to reign will always be the key weapon that the colonials will use. And to counter that, we have to fight that. So that we will be able to really indeed say we have a nation. And that's why you will see all of those who try to do that, to unite our people, were being put to shame. Lumumba, Sankara, Kabila, Lawrence, and others. They will never let that such a person to be alive because he's interfering with their business, with their most important weapon, divide to reign. A direction is a road you can never take without any clear ideology. And that's why the CRM will say we are unapologetically a socialist movement. We know what we want. And then we know the ideologies that will help us to achieve that. So if those of us who touch this UDPS, a social democracy movement, but today we don't know if they are still socialists or what. They don't even know themselves where they are. But when you know where you are, what ideology you are following, then your direction will still be intact. And that road will take you to the achievement of what you need. So I took a couple of notes and I believe you did. And when we get to the contributions, I'm counting on you guys that we will have fire here. And then probably by tomorrow, we'll try to see how we can get our country ready. Amanda! Amanda! Away too! I'm not going to waste your time. I'm going to call Comrade Sandile to take us through The topic will be a Vanguard organization response to ending exploitation and oppression. Be ready. You're welcome, comrade.
Thank you, comrades. Long live the DRC, long live. Long live Comrade Patrice Lumumba, long live. Long live Thomas Sankara, long live. Long live Mandela, long live. Long live Samora Machel, long live. Aluta. Continua. Thank you, comrades. Greeting Comrade President Pascal Nanga, Comrade Muniebaka, our Program Director, Comrade Alex, Comrade Chair, Comrade Feroz, my leader. We've worked together. We have not met for quite some time. I'm happy that you are still in the struggle, because the struggle continues. It must not stop. It will never stop. I think, comrades, first and foremost, we have to understand that colonialism or a post-independent state in Africa, the imperialists did not let go of it because they got independent. Now, maybe the starting point is that the imperialist forces or imperialist countries may have given us independence, but not real independence. They still wanted to shape the social, political, economic situation in our own respective countries. That is very, very, very important to understand, I think, as a starting point. This, in the case of DRC, becomes very clear because post-independence, few years or a year, you get an imperialist-backed CIA, backed by CIA coup, which led to the demise of Patrice Lumumba as a president. Because imperialism never lets go of its subjects. I'm saying this in inverted commas because we're not subject of imperialist countries. But of course, what they then do among the sections of the working class or the sections of the oppressed, they co-opt others. That's that. And immediately sometimes when they are co-opted, because the colonial or the anti-colonial wave mood is still within the population of the country. Those sometimes will become rendered themselves, they shout anti-colonial slogans, just like Mobutu Siseko. Because when you analyze him properly, he was never, when he took the country, he took it, he was still saying that he's continuing with the path of Patrice Lumumba. It's the same thing in Burkina Faso. When Blaise Compaoré did the same thing. And they don't co-opt those who are really far. They convert those who are closer, sometimes within the sections or part of the oppressed. So this leads to a point which is very important, that the socialist movement, they must be in a content state of class analysis. Analyzing the different class forces that take different shape or character in one epoch to another epoch because they are in a constant state of motion. They change all the time. That is very, 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 very important to understand and appreciate, especially ourselves as a movement. Because even if you look at our own liberation struggle in South Africa, they would at times co-opt those who were closer to the liberation movement, who were part of the liberation movement. They were co-opted sometimes during the struggle for liberation. Some others get co-opted post the struggle for liberation. It's a point that is made much more eloquently by Mao Zedong. He says that some were very brave in the struggle against Japanese occupation of China. Now that the struggle against occupation by Japan is over, they've become soft targets of silver, of bullets coated by sugar, meaning they become soft targets of imperialist machinations who come with money and all sorts of bribery and so on and so forth. It's a point then that leads to another, which is raised by one Chinese scholar. I forget it, that as working class leaders, we must consistently purify ourselves through theory and struggle as well. It's part of the things that we must consistently do. But one of the things that we must do, I think as a CRM, is that we have to, I think it has covered that part, but we have to go deeper and analyze the DRC society, including the nature and the state of the working class in the DRC. Those also in the diaspora, and bring them closer to the CRM and understand the ideas of CRM. But also deeply analyze the nature of the ruling class in the DRC. Of course, it might be layered. I'm just saying this as an assumption, taking from the work of Root First, one was analyzing the coup d'etat in the continents. He speaks about the colonial sediment, the hangover of the colonialists who still want to run the country. Of course, they cannot run it directly. They are going to raise stooges or their representatives, who are, in most instances, are part of the upper middle strata most of the time. They get located in the military as generals who are not necessarily producers of wealth, but they are representatives of colonialists or imperialists in these instances. So that the imperialist interest they still continue. We have seen this problem, unfortunately, unless you grow the ideas of the CRM and put them and find a way, I don't want to say find a way, and pushing them inside, particularly amongst the youth and the oppressed inside the country. it's good that you are outside, but I think the DRC, when like a corporate Feroz, I was there on the weekend of 22 to 24 March this year. Beautiful. What I noticed is that can I take another one? It's working now. What I noticed is that it's mainly the sector that is doing well is construction. A lot of hours in it's construction and survivalist businesses. Because you see more there and there, which is the culture of consumerism, of consumption. You know, culture creates beauty and all those other things, which corporate Marx calls it commodity fetishism. Basically, I don't want to call it a bling culture, but it's that kind of a culture, you know. And then I was leaving on Sunday, as I came on Friday for a wedding. From one of our colleagues. I came for a wedding. But what then I noticed is that on Sunday it looks like a highly religious society, because on Sunday most of the Kinshasa shops downtown were closed. Were actually closed. This is just my experience in 3 days. People who are working in the services economy. In the restaurants and in the hotels. I did not see a factory. I'm not sure that it's the case, whether we don't have factories or it was what I had been exposed to. Roughly, you can say I was exposed to that reality for a day and a half. You know, because I came in the morning, Friday morning, which was the 22nd, and I left Sunday morning. So the full day which I had was a Saturday. Then on Friday it was a wedding. Started at 11 to something similar to Home Affairs. You know, so my exposure in this few days, in this 1 day or so, is that people who work in survivalist businesses, they sell things on the streets. It's motorbikes everywhere. It's cars. You know, it's busy. The main streets. I can't recall the name of the main street. It's busy from the airport till you get the main city of Kinshasa. It's very busy. It's traffic jam. It's busy. But then CRM must do a much more deeper analysis of the nature of the working class inside the country. So that, because when you interact with the citizens, the outcry is one, that we have water, fresh water, vast amount of land that can produce food that is sufficient for the country and the continent. We can produce electricity for the continent. We have gold, we have coltan, we have all the minerals. Of course, there is a big area of land that is big in the DRC that no one has explored. We don't know what is in there, but surely because the country is big and there's vast minerals and food and the forestry and everything else, there is something that. So those are imperialist forces will never ever let go of the DRC. But my own observation is that there is consensus that the mineral resources or the wealth of the DRC must begin to benefit the Congolese citizens. When I enjoyed the fish, I was in the Congo River. I enjoyed the fish, it was very nice. It was very, very, very nice. You know, but comrades, as far as I'm concerned, at least my observation is that there is consensus. But is to build a consciousness, because that consensus, while it might be there, but imperialist forces drives the upper section of the middle class, because the upper sections of the middle class becomes easy, soft targets of the enemy. That is the reality of it, and it's a point that Comrade Joslev, our late General Secretary and National Chairperson, made, that the section of the black middle strata, they will joyously for the hegemony of the post-liberation movement in South Africa. They will joyously for the hegemony simply because their hegemony within the movement will lead them to getting riches or becoming representatives of capital. In South Africa, mainly white capital, or the ruling class. Of course, the DRC is French, Belgian interest. Of course, it is also not unique to DRC, because whether on the opposite side, Congo Brazzaville, Soso, also the French have interest. We've seen what has happened in Burkina Faso, in Mali, and the French, how much interest they have. To say, it's not just the French, it's the Belgians, it's the Germans, it's the Chinese. I'm told now that when you go to Lubumbashi, you see quite a lot of Chinese as well. It's the Russians, they have an interest. But also, what is also important, linking to the idea of intellectuals raised by Comrade Feroz, is the idea of connecting to those in the diaspora. Because when you connect to those in the diaspora, whether in the America, in the UK, and everywhere else, when they speak the common language or common interest about the DRC, those inside the country, they get them sometimes galvanized as well to take action, like what is happening recently in Kenya. Linked to that, what is happening in Kenya is that we must not leave the youth unattended as the CRM. The youth is very, very, very important, both to the revolution and counter-revolution. Because as we wage the revolution, there is another equal force of counter-revolution, which uses the working class. Because we must not think that as we mobilize the working class as the CRM, forces of reaction themselves don't mobilize the working class. As we mobilize the youth, we must not think that forces of reaction themselves don't mobilize the youth. Because the youth can be, just like the workers, can be a force, can can be used for counter-revolution. Because workers and the youth can work against their own interests, sometimes consciously and unconsciously. That's very, very important to understand. Now, that is why in our own country, the nationalist party, when it was in power, oppressing the majority, they had its own youth wing, the Reitevak. They called it the Reitevak. It was the youth wing of the forces of reaction. So that the project of colonialism, neo-colonialism continues, doesn't die. Now, we have to pay, as the CRM, a serious attention to our youth. We have to pay serious attention to the youth in building the consciousness of the youth. Because if they are sold these ideas, you work hard, you know, not that we should not work hard. We must work hard, of course, but people who are born into privilege, say a son of a military general or a general of the army, is likely to get richer because will inherit the wealth of the general. Now, but the creation in the mind is that, no, it's not the oppression. This person worked hard. No, not that we must deny hard work. But we must not also deny the laws of inheritance. That some people, most of wealth actually is inherited. Some of wealth is inherited. That's why we have to really pay attention to these issues, comrades. One of the things, maybe because this point is mentioned by the chair, that we organize, we mobilize, we educate, we agitate the working class. This is an ongoing concern. It's an ongoing work that we must do as the CRM. It's not a work that we must start now, it's a work that we must do consistently. But also build alliances. We call them, as the South African Communist Party, we call them fronts. The front or an alliance sometimes becomes the most immediate issue that we must achieve. The most immediate things that we must achieve momentarily for now. This then means that how do we, I'm not sure whether we, President, we do have CRM inside the country in the DRC, or it's mainly outside. It's also existing, which is good. We have to build alliances. What is the most pressing? You identify what are the most pressing issues now in the DRC, which have a direct impact on the working class and maybe the youth. I don't want to separate the youth as separate from the working class, but the question of the youth needs at times special attention, because that's where we revitalize our organization, bringing new people into our ranks for the sustainability of the organization as well. So that's why it's very, 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 very important. Build alliances. That, comrades, is linked to the work that we must consistently do. Maybe to consistently study the material conditions that consistently change. They consistently change. Because the point that Comrade Marx and Engels make, that when they speak about the class struggle, that sometimes it is hidden, sometimes it is in the open. So that's why we must consistently study the changing material conditions within our country. Now, I think, comrades, for me, there is this question, it's spoken about in the press and where else, of the transition to green energy. It's a very, very important thing. The electric cars and all those other things. But when you analyze, when you look at the DRC, everything else that is needed to build a new society of green energy, in terms of the minerals, your copper, coltan, which is used in every cell phone or electric circuit, is available in the DRC. And it would be very, very important, I think, to say, maybe the CRM says, we are engaging one in the country. Let us declare these minerals, which are sometimes called minerals of the future, as strategic assets of the state, that they should not be exported out of the country. Let us beneficiate them. Let us invite them to take them outside in Germany, to take them in the US or the European capitals, in France, and everywhere else. Well, I say it's fine, French companies, German companies come to the country, build your factories, assemble these things here in the country. It will be, I'm saying this, comrades, being conscious of the fact that previously, it was easier within the OAU to just take up arms and remove a regime that is anti the people. The challenge now with the AU is that it is increasingly difficult to take up arms and remove a regime that is anti-people, unless you get a buy-in in the military. But also, we know sometimes the generals within the continent, they may want a change in government, not because they see that this government is bad, because themselves, the general, wants to assume power for corrupt means. So it is very, very important, I think, to create frameworks which they themselves can check those who proclaim themselves to be progressive when they are not progressive in a real sense. But what you then say when you say, let us say, for instance, declare these minerals that are strategic for either it's lithium, or it's copper, or it's this or that other minerals. You say these minerals were ring-fencing them. Whoever wants them will mine them here in the DRC, develop them into a specific product so that you develop factories and work within the DRC. We export them when they are almost at a finished level. Because what then happens sometimes with, for instance, with copper, it gets mined, it does not even get developed sometimes into a finished product. It's just, it ends up being a copper concentrate. Not sure comrades know what a copper concentrate is. It's not a fully, and a fully developed copper, it's much more, I think it's roughly now it's about $15,000 a ton. But the copper concentrate is normally, I think, $1,000, $2,000 a ton. You know, because it's not fully developed. It's not a fully developed copper. But when you say a CRM, strategically now, you are going straight to the economy. You say, so that we have an agreement, President Tshisekedi, or we make something with you, or whatever. These certain minerals must be ring-fenced, they don't go out of the country, create that policy. They don't go out of the country, they get developed. Whoever beats the Germans, the Chinese, the Russians, or whoever, you come, you develop them, you develop them here, you beneficiate them there, they become an almost finished product of that comes out of the DRC. You know. Because if the leadership, the current leadership of the country does not do that, then the masses raises. Then that's where the leadership of the CRM comes to the fore. Okay. What is important, comrades, is to simplify our message. Our message must have meaning to the working class. Must have real meaning. Some people, because the level of sophistication amongst the sections of the working class is not the same. When you say viva socialism, it will take longer to explain what is socialism. When you say you want DRC to be a socialist state or a socialist republic, it will take longer to comprehend what is it that you mean. You know, Comrade Chris, our late General Secretary, I mean, yesterday it would have been his it would have turned 82 if the assassin did not kill him in 1993 10 April. When we simplified the message of socialism, he said it's housing, human settlement, it's housing, health, and hunger. You are dealing with those things. When you are dealing with socialism, it's housing to those who don't have houses. You are dealing with hunger. You are dealing with health, ill health. It was a Triple H campaign. What you are doing, you are simplifying the message so that it is understood, even by the grain in the villages. Because there's an interest in healthcare. may not have a house, has an interest to have a decent shelter, wants to solve the problem of hunger and land. So it's very, 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 very important, comrades, to understand those things. Even those that get co-opted by imperialist forces, it becomes difficult to deceive the population, because imperialists, they don't have an interest of the development of industry in the continent, of commerce and industry. They don't. Their interest is the exploitation of our raw materials, mainly mineral resources. Of course, they take even now the trees. There is this wood. There is this it's called one of those expensive wood. I think it's also there in the yeah, the redwood. Yes, the redwood. They have an interest. They take the redwood. They take it to their capitalist centers. They develop it. They sell it to the elite in the continent. Something that is manufactured here. There is nothing that we cannot manufacture. You look at China. China is development. They became very clear that they are developing forces of production within the country. The Americans, they came with their Apple. Now there is this big electric car that is from America. It's being developed in China. In turn, they are also developing their own cars in China, their own electric cars. Because of being deliberate. That's why we have to learn from them. Because, you know, these things that comrades that were saying, that the capitalists in their nature, they look whether they are going to make profits or not. That is why the notion sometimes that there is a war, they can't come in and invest, these countries and whatever. They look at the bottom line. Of course, it might be riskier to operate in this space and this other space, but if they can be able to make profits, they do come in. That's why, I mean, either Shell and other countries, they've never, in sense, left the Middle East. We know the Middle East has been in consistent wars. The guns have never been silenced in the Middle East, but they are there. In the Eastern DRC, they are there. Southern Nigeria, in the Niger Delta, they are there. But in the Niger Delta, we know it's very dangerous. You know? They don't mind propping up dictators. They don't mind. In fact, they don't only do it in the continent. In Chile, they did it. They installed Pinochet, a brutal dictator. And everywhere else, they do it. In Iran, they removed Mossadegh through a coup d'etat. They did it in the DRC. They did it in Burkina Faso. They did it in Cape Verde when it was unified, killing Amilcar Cabral at the eve of independence in Guinea-Bissau. They do it everywhere. For them, it's not the stability of the country, it's the stability of profit. That must be clear in our minds. Of course, when these questions are raised, for instance, to say, our fresh waters. If you, the French, for instance, you want our uranium, you can't take our uranium out of DRC. First, build a power plant. Build a power plant, enrich uranium in the DRC. Don't take our uranium as raw as it is, develop it in France. Develop it here. Jeez. Within the sections of the upper middle class who are used by colonialists and imperialists, they will be isolated. Because of the ideas that you are raising. You must be there to connect with the diaspora everywhere else. The progressive sections of diaspora. Of course, you get others who are in Belgium who may speak nonsense, who may themselves become megaphones of imperialist interests inside and outside of the country. You isolate those, but have that unified voice inside and outside of the country. That is very, 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 very important. Then even the African National Congress and the South African Communist Party, it was everywhere else in the continent. In France, it had an office in France, it had an office in the UK, an office everywhere else. You know. Advocating for the ideas of liberation. That is very, 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 very important, because even within imperialist centers now, whether in the Washington, in Brussels, in London, there are inner contradictions. There are inner contradictions. That is why you must be there. You are able, so that as these contradictions present themselves, you are able to heighten them within imperialist centers. It's very, very, very important. The progressives, for instance, in the question of Palestine, if you noticed these contradictions, in universities, be it Harvard, Yale, New York University, London School of Economics, all these other universities. In Amsterdam, thousands of youth were in the streets demanding the freedom of Palestine. Such that if you notice Biden now, Joe Biden, he tried to change his position on Palestine. Change his position. Of course, we know America is America. They will never change. But the masses force the hand of the ruling class to change so that it doesn't rule the old way. Because without striking on the ground, amongst the youth, amongst the section of the working class, the ruling class will not change its rule by force. It will not change. This point, I think, is made by Engels that a revolution is not an apple that it falls by itself when it is ripe. And this point is also made that we don't strike in self-selected circumstances. We strike based on existing material conditions coming from the past. Certain conditions, meaning that sometimes existed before we were born. But the point is to change those conditions. That is the point of the revolutionary or any member of the CRM. We don't study the balance or the class balance of forces to say, things are bad, let's run away. We study them so that we are able to position ourselves properly and educate the working class how to wage a war against the ruling class in a particular terrain. So that as the CRM movement, we don't participate in a process that will butcher the working class. We study the working class so that that is why, as communists, we organize, we mobilize, we agitate, But for you to do that, you must be able to concretely study the existing material conditions, which sometimes are permitted from the past. That is why, comrades, it's very, very important to understand this point, that imperialism will never let go of the DRC and the continent, in particular the DRC, without a fight. It will fight, and fight very, very, very hard. Of course, it is using Kagame, it is using Museveni, you know, it will use them. It will use them. But for us, is that when we see a Rwandese or someone from Uganda, we don't see an enemy. It's the ruling class from Uganda that is problematic, that is used by the imperialist forces. Because the working class is one, and what is common about the working class, all of it is exploited. Because the working class of Uganda and Rwanda are not beneficiaries of the looting or of the collaboration between Uganda, Rwanda, and imperialism. It's very, very important also as the CRM to understand that point and educate the working class about that point. It's a very, very, very important point, comrades, to understand. Because the point of communists is to unite the working class as a whole. Because imperialism, what it does, it petitions countries. It petitions countries. Xenophobia becomes a tool of an unconscious working class. Because what the ruling class does is set up a brother against a brother for the interest of exploitation. But if we don't educate the working class, it becomes very easy to say, these people from DRC are taking our jobs. So that we lose focus on the class character of the ruling class, or we lose focus on the onslaught that is directed by the ruling class at the working class. In South Africa, they used tribalism. The Nationalist Party, what it did, it partitioned South Africa into different tribal authorities.
You are a Zulu, you are here in KwaZulu-Natal. You are a Xhosa, you are here in the Eastern Cape. Even in the Eastern Cape, it's partitioned into Transkei, into Ciskei, into Pondoland, into this or that or that. Because the ruling class in general, it partitions people. It partitions the continent into different countries. Within countries, it also partitioned. You speak Lilongwe, you speak Swahili, we speak this or that other languages. We are made to feel different. Sometimes we are set up against each other so that the imperialists rule freely and is able to steal the resources out of the country. What they did in terms of development, they didn't build even roads. They only built the railways and harbors. Because they basically built exit points for the minerals that they stole. So they're not interested in our own development in South Africa. What made us unique is simply because we were sharing borders with the colonialists. Unlike in the DRC, I think it was the imperialists were in Belgium. For us, they were here. So they developed Durban. They were not developing for us because we're not allowed to be here in the CPD. Here. They developed it for themselves so that within South Africa they create their own nice cities which are similar to London, or Amsterdam, wherever that they came from. That's how South Africa got a bit developed. Otherwise, if we did not share the same borders with the colonialists, we would have not developed the way we have developed. That is why when you go to the countryside, you see something, hey, but Durban is nice. Hey, you've been at this, because you were doing some work with KZN. Hey, there's this part of KZN that is so underdeveloped, I've never seen it. You know? Because they develop areas because South Africa itself, you know this thing of partitioning, they are very serious about it. Because South Africa was partitioned itself into 4 provinces, white provinces, for themselves, within the same country. Then they partitioned the country into different tribal authorities, so that Africans don't unite against them here in South Africa. So it's a battle, comrade. That is why it's very, very important that as we wage our own revolution as CRM of liberating the DRC Congo from imperialism and imperialist yoke, we also study other revolutions. It's very, 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 very important. So I think, comrades, those are the parting shots that we thought we must share. That we build alliances, we conscientize the youth, we build alliances, identify a minimum program that can mobilize the entire section of the DRC population inside the country, of saying, for instance, as an example, we want our minerals to be processed, come, Germans, whatever, develop industries here inside the country. With those few words, comrades, we want to thank you for inviting the South African Communist Party to this reflection. We wish you well. The Communist Party is your natural ally because communists have an interest of the welfare of the working class beyond borders. Aluta!
Thank you, Comrade Sandile, for the contribution. Really appreciate it, CRM. I think mainly we really believe our leadership has taken a lot of notes into the contribution that we've made, because most of them the way on to how the CRM needs to really ensure that the revolution is guided. Yeah, we should never ever let unattended the people, because they can use the kind of counter-revolution, and that is a very dangerous thing many times places. Comrades, as we prepare to go now into our Q&A or discussions, debate, just want to bring this couple of questions that are picked up, all the deliveries that have been done or provided to us, is that when the state has died, then we need to ask ourselves the question, do we have the intellectuals to advance the people's agenda, or to answer the question of the national question? That's how it was put. The question of the national question. And that's the question that we need to answer. Do we have? And when we answer that question, we need to understand that there are different types of scholars that have been classified or have come out on the continent, and we're giving them. Now the question will be from ourselves here, which segment of those scholars or those intellectuals are we going to be? And this also, it's tied up to the point that Comrade Sandile said, connecting the diaspora. Because we know that on the diaspora, that's where also those intellectuals were sent. Now when we are connecting, which ones are we going to? Very important. There are those who never want to come back. There are those who came back but used by the imperialists to come and oppress ourselves, our people. And there are those who do not want to be part of it. So when we are connecting, which one are we going to pick? As we contribute now in terms of what needs to be done, of course, we need to produce intellectuals. Which one? We know which one we need to produce, to those who will really understand and continuously analyze the need of our people. Meaning they will be able to answer the national question. Produce compatriots. Very important. Or patriots. Patriotism is a very important tool to be used in the revolution. And we all know what is patriotism. Some people go around and talk about patriotism. But my friend, if you don't really love your country, you will never be a patriot. Everything revolves around the love, the deep love of your country. Are we patriots? That's what also the CRM is trying to bring to the table. To show us, to guide us. If it's not in us, we can always learn it. Love can be learned. We can learn to love somebody. We can learn to love something. Diaspora. We are producing children out of the country. They are part of the diaspora. They know nothing about the country. But it is for you and I to teach them about our country. Though they will love it, then they will develop patriotism for their country, which is the DRC in this case. I just thought that we should put those things. So when we contribute, when we discuss, then we know which direction we go in. Without wasting more time, and before we go into the Q&A, we want to welcome also some of our comrades who joined us midway. That's the delegation from Richard Bay, of which we have, I believe, a message of support from the community that side. So we have Mr. Inje Stephen Kabakilwa and Mr. Sumail Rajab. So they will give us the message of support from the community, Congolese community in Richard Bay. So you are welcome, comrades, and the floor is yours. Welcome, Sumail. Let's clap for our comrades.
Yeah, I see better to speak in
deliver my message very well. As Jeremy said,
my name is Ili.
Leadership ama chairman wa community ya Wakongomani Richard Bay.
I am part of the leadership of the Richard Bay Congolese community and I'm the chairperson.
Mbele ya yote ningependa sana kufelicite.
Before everything, I just wanted to congratulate you.
CRM.
You as the CRM.
Wa hii organization inafanya leo le 9.
For this initiative, this event that you have organized today, the 29th of June.
Souvent tunakuwaka na ile attitude ya kujua ni 30 June kwa ni kunemwa kunywa pombe, kula chakula, kulewa.
Mostly we have that habit of celebrating and drink and get drunk on the 30th of June.
Kama tungekuwa about na hii initiative ama support hii initiative ya CRM.
We always celebrate and then get drunk on the 30th of June in celebration of the independence. But if we all had these in our mind, things like these events that have been organized by CRM, especially out of our country, so in the foreign country where we are today,
batu tunajisahau na tunasahau pourquoi tuko hapa cause na tunasahau kwa mind yetu iko na develop ama kuna evolve.
Most of us, we forget so many things. We forget the real reason why we are out of our country and how our country is being led.
Peut-être bengine banakuya vagabondage ya santé kwa kutembea Afrika City. Mais les autres tukimbia vite.
Maybe others came for health reason, to go for medical reason, but some of us we really ran away from the war.
Ce n'est pas facile utoke wapi famille nzima kuona tarika kuona vuma, tout le monde sont là, baba mama ndugu yako kila mtu yuko pale.
It's not easy to leave behind your whole family, your wife, children, sometimes mother, father and others.
Leo tuko hapa.
Today we're here.
Chaque année kuna kuwaka celebration ya 30 June.
Every year we tend to celebrate the 30th of June.
Meme Congo tunasikia kuko milioni toka juu ya celebration.
Even in Congo we'll hear that there are millions of dollars that are being disbursed for this celebration.
Kama tunajiuliza ile question, personnellement najiuliza kila siku, est-ce que réellement tuko libéré? Est-ce que réellement tuko na independence?
And if we ask ourselves this question, which I always ask myself, is, are we really free? Have we been liberated?
Siku moja mzee Maruka anatuambia après independence sabi kuna celebrate kule kwa armée.
One day one of the old men used to tell us that when they were celebrating their independence at the army, there was one of the Belgian general. The name has been said. That general said and told the people that before independence will be as after. Just know that.
Parfois, sans réaliser les paroles, je trouve que réellement, il y a
and when I look back to those words, and I realize that said there is what we are living now.
Tulipata independence mais unakuta mpaka leo ungali memoir ya bale bakoloni.
We had our freedom, but even today you can see that there's always that hand of the colonialists in our governance.
Bien avant bakaleta esprit ya division bakongomani.
And as we know, they brought the division among us, among the Congolese.
Kwanza bale bote ba elite balikuwa na lite juu ya kupata independence Lumumba, Savubu, Mobutu. Bale bagombanisha mpaka bakufa wakakufa.
From those who fought for the independence, the Lumumba, Mobutu and others, they dislocated them and so that they became now to fight each other and some died, as we know.
Mpaka leo même esprit ya division ngari na renye kwa Kongomani.
And until today the same spirit of division still is among us.
Congolais anakosa esprit patriotique.
As Congolese we lack patriotism. or spirit of patriotism.
Ni kama leo example unafika huko na nyumba yako kuna watoto.
It's like today you have a family, you have children.
Ndio nakwambia kendo mtoto wako mwana utaenda kumua pale, mwana utampeleka huko.
They'll tell you one of your children you're going to kill, the other one will take him somewhere.
Je ne pense pas que kama parent mwenyewe anajiweke kwa parent atakubali kwenda kuwa mtoto wake pembeni.
I don't believe that the person who knows that they are really a parent will accept to go and kill one of their children just like that.
Leo bale bakoloni kunatia bana nakutana mnaongea mnakuta kenyo ya ino organization.
Today the colonialists they find that what they do is that they will come into people who are organized themselves. And then they will take some of you among that group, and then they will take them aside. They will give you some promises there, and this is what we're going to do, and this is what you will also do. And then after that, now what you'll do now, you become now the opposition to the other person that with whom you've been working together. When we are divided, it's always a happy day for the colonialists. And when they have divided us, that's where we have all those different groups, armed groups and so on, and big dislocation. People, as we are divided, we have different groups, and then people go in the bush, and then colonialists now will use that to go into places and then start looting the minerals. Now you ask yourself, now people who have taken arms also, they are just living in poverty. And you ask yourself, now where is all this mineral that you're looting yourself, you're using, you're being used to take this mineral out? What is happening? What are you doing with it? And when you look into that, you realize that there was lack of a patriotism to those people who have been used.
Congo leo kama tunajiorganize ezima ba comrade wengine baishaongea hapa aliongea mimi sipende kurudia kama kuna organization moja mzuri sana ya kufereke to control minéralité.
If you look at today's Congo, and has many speakers have mentioned, is that if we have a way to organize so that we safeguard all the minerals, and I believe that Congo will be one of the most developed countries. I don't believe that there will be so many Congolese who will want to be suffering in the diaspora or in the foreign countries instead of going back and work in their own country.
C'est très triste parfois nakuta natoka mtu anatoka Congo c'est licencié aimaliza mulo.
It's very sad you find somebody coming from Congo who graduates or somebody with masters who have LLBs and others qualifications.
Juu ya situation ya Congo actuelle namkuta na kwa street.
Because of the current situation in Congo, you find them in the diaspora living on the street.
They come
with barbers into different streets in the diaspora or selling stuff as hawkers on the street. Such a person is not that they are happy with such a work, but because they feel that they don't have a choice. So really I'm happy with this initiative that you are having here.
Kwanza ku diaspora kama program tutaanza deja ama itaanza wenye biko deja in charge kufanya development na kutrain watu ma province.
As I can ask that those who are leading the organization, if they can start training people, leading people where we are in diaspora, going to provinces like for example in South Africa.
So
that will awaken the patriotism in us.
Après Congolo kutukuta alikuwa na esprit patriotique, on trouve que demain après demain kukakuwa révolution yote atakuwa na kuna ile amuru ya Congo.
And if we are working, we will really have that love of our country.
Revolutionary hakutakuwa kesi ya korombe kupatia mafuta sino kweli visena watu yako.
And as we become revolutionary, so it will not be easy to be corrupt or to be bribed, so that we will go and again get our people suffer.
Result itakuwa mzuri sana.
And in the end, we will have good results.
Congo itakuwa liberated.
And I believe Congo will be liberated one day.
Baby Konchaki travaille toujours pour intérêt à voir parce qu'avant de passer, on promettre, on papier, dès qu'il est là, on a tout juste pour intérêt à voir tout le monde.
Those who are currently in charge or are ruling us at the moment, they are just working for the interest of their masters who have put them into power.
Si quoi tutapata révolutionnaire pour le pouvoir, les choses vont changer.
When we will have a revolutionary leader to rule us, things will change.
Ce n'est pas facile de prendre le temps pour que tu passes révolutionnaire.
Of course, it will never be easy. It will take time so that we can have somebody like that.
Mais kama tunajimettre d'accord na tunatumika ma procedure mbalimbali ama tunajikaza kutrain watu wengine pour que tupate classe moja revolutionnaire itatusaidia kuchanger etat ya pays leo itakuwa nzuri sana.
But it is possible if we agree to ourselves that we will take time to train our revolutionary leaders who will go and rule and be in power in the country, and that will be achievable.
Oui. Na furahi sana kwa system ya celebration ya 30 June.
So I'm happy with your way of celebrating the 30th of June.
The même chose chez nous, Richard Bay.
Something in where we come from in Richard Bay.
Tuliorganize journée ya kesho le 30 June itakuwa ni journée ya reflection.
So we have said that tomorrow's day it will be just dedicated for reflection. So we'll be reflecting.
Tuliinvite kwenda kwa mabichi kuchoma nyama, kunywa pombe, mais quand même quelque part pour réfléchir aussi pour quelques topics tutadisbattre juu ya evolution ama développement ya pays yetu.
So we said this time we're not going to go out on the outing, the beaches and other places just to have a pride, celebrate. We'll be reflecting on the development and the liberation of our people.
Tuko leo hapa tukapata ma citizen. Leo nipatie ID niko na passport. Mais kesho kama Congo kuko sana papa, je serai toujours touché dans mon cœur.
We are here like here in South Africa, even we are become citizen. Whenever there is something wrong in Congo, I will always be touched. It will always affect me.
Asante sana wadogo, to remain in profession ya patriotism.
So thank you very much, leadership of CRM, and I ask that we remain patriotic to our country.
Asante sana.
Thank you.
Amandla. His honor. Amandla. Amandla. Program Director. Chairperson, President, comrades, all distinguished guests. Protocol observed. Bafwetu. Yeah, I think this is what we've been missing for so many years. A very beginning. Because as a Congolese, I think it's among few occasions that I've attended such kind of a reflective day like this one. And this is very much encouraging. I entered when Brother Feroz was delivering his speech, and I was already happy before I even sat down. And my comrade, Zandile, took it. It was all nice. CRM took so long to get delivered. I don't know why. What was lacking? Was it a female or a male? for us to get this baby born. And today, the baby has been born, but growing very slowly, still growing. Why? A couple of years I've heard about this name, but just in KwaZulu-Natal alone, we can't even ban this province, you know? Not literally banning the province. I'm saying Congolese in Mangus, Congolese in Newcastle, Congolese in whatever, to be singing the song of CRM. Mr. Chairman, don't be stingy, man. President and other corporates, please, this is needed all over the country. South Africa is a very strategic country. KZN, very strategic province. Congolese in this country, Congolese in this province are only people set up in strategic places. We are strategic ourselves. So if we don't swallow the philosophy and ideology of RN and start implementing it among ourselves and take it to the other relevant places, then who are we? What else can we do? We can't do that. You know, a couple of years ago when I knew my brother, I used to have a black bird, you know, but now I'm growing older. Eh? Imagine if I die today without taking work back to DRC. Even God will ask questions. So what are you doing there? So my challenge to the leadership of this organization, CRM, is to speed up the processes. Let us use whatever possible means and make sure CRM is all over the province, CRM is all over the country, CRM is all over DRC. They like it or not, we have to do it. If it's to die, let me die first. I know someone is coming. A very good question today. What's to be done? And comrades have responded. Let me put it practically. I am one of those who have, you know, I'm ready to be intellectually trained, prepared, and be on the front line. So, failure for me to be produced as you want, it will be failure for RCM. So don't blame me that I did not take my responsibility. I will blame you for not training me, for not making me who you promised to make me. When I am again, I want to become a good patriot, but I don't know how to get there. CRM, are you ready to make me that patriot who will take this message back to Congo? Are you ready?
Maybe the president is here. She's ready.
My comrades, I'm not corrupt. What you will do, it will be very easy work to teach me, to show me how I should deal with corrupt people. Corrupting and corrupt. Today I even learn English as well. So, my belief is that if together we can stand for this work that is being initiated here. Resources won't be stumbling block. As long as you and I choose this route and say we are ready for this, resources will come. Don't ask me where. But if you take this as something small, when we meet on the streets of Durban, then we try to speak some terminology and tell ourselves now this is what. No, then we are reducing this movement to a very low level. Personally, I'll be in Richards Bay tomorrow, attending another event like this. But let me conclude by saying this, because with me, I may even have 2-3 conclusions. This is the first one. Let me conclude by saying this. I am in this country, I never planned to be here. It is a product of material condition back home. That's why I'm here. So I'm not proud to be here. I thank God to be here, but not proud to be here. My being here imposes me always to look for opportunity where we can sit with other colleagues and pose ourselves this kind of questions. What's to be done? Because what matters for me is to be back home. That's where I belong. Then I'll meet Brother Sandile as a brother. Jeremy, what are you doing, man? Oh, okay. Well, Sandile and Kumalo, because we all belong in one act. But my station, God positioned me in DRC, and I want to be there. I am very much involved in social cohesion work. Whenever I have a chance, we come together as communities, we have dialogues. Today, I am challenging our community leaders. When we are in a society, sometimes different. People will always talk, they will say what they feel is okay for them to say. Can we give them a topic so that their talk become productive? CR is the topic. Those in Richards Bay, those in other places, those in other corners of the can we start having the habits of coming together and speaking the language of CRM? I know this will help us a lot. There is future ahead of us. To live here in South Africa, back home, what do we do today for that future? Just few simple questions can help us to start seeing what and where we want to be tomorrow. My name is Aminje Kabakilo Stephen, mostly known as MK Stephen, the founder and director at African Solidarity Campaign. I'm the chairperson of South African Refugee Network in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And with these few words, President, I needed to say more. These few words, a challenge remains to all of us. This CRM should not be a dead-end movement. This is what I'm trying to say. The CRM should not be made a dead-end movement. We need it outside Durban and not, should not take long. We needed it since, I don't know, a couple years ago. Now, I've just reminded you, please speed up, we are waiting for you. Anything that you want us to do, some of us, when we throw it in the community, we can mobilize, we can do anything. You need to meet leaders, you will meet leaders. You need to meet masses, you will meet masses. You need to meet authorities, you will meet them. So, use us while we're still alive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Stephen. I think that's a very good curtain raiser for our Q&A session, where we're going to engage now. You know, somebody said that at church, when the Holy Spirit is there, the pastor speaks the whole day. But now when the Holy Spirit of liberation is here, we speak for 2 minutes. So, comrade, we try to remember that. We know we are in the Holy Spirit of liberation. So 2 minutes, and then we go on, because lunch time is pressing us, you know. The intestines are start to declare their right to. So we go into our Q&A session, comrades. We will have either you have a contribution to what has been to the top, just like it has been put here, or you have a question to the panelists. They will answer. We have the whole team here. We have the CRM leadership here. Our Secretary General is going around, so he's with us. We have the chairperson. We have the president here. So any question regarding CRM that you have, put it up. Any question regarding the topic or something that you picked up during the delivery of the keynotes, please, we have the speakers here. Or any contribution to the topic, please feel free. So we will have our microphone going around now as we open the floor to those who have something to bring up. Please raise your hand, and then we will give you the opportunity. The floor is open. Comrades, we are together. We heard the message. It's been delivered. The CRM has been explained to us. CRM has been explained to us. We may have about all the topic. Please, comrades, you are welcome to raise your question. And again, as we said earlier on, we have our Secretary General can always translate for us if you have any issue of the language. Not an issue, but if there is a preferred language that you have. Yes. And also, when you stand up, please, you just state your name so that we will also take note of that.
Good evening, comrade. My name is Mr. Mutende Tenda. Congolese reside in Durban. First of all, I need to congratulate the Congolese Resistance Movement for organizing such a day where we have to think and try to find a way forward, what we can do as Congolese. I only have one question here, which are still underlining it by saying that in DRC there is no intellectual people. I cannot be convinced that in DRC we do have intellectual people with all the type of issues that we are having in Congo. I totally disagree, Program Director, that we have intellectual in Congo. Because looking at the situation, we had Mobutu. After Mobutu, we had Laurent Kabila. After Laurent Kabila, we had Joseph Kabila. And we have the farmers, the most tourist president in the world, who we are having today. But so far, none of the group of intellectuals we have in Congo, they have stood up. Why I'm saying that? I have realized personally with what had happened in South Africa during the Fees Must Fall movement. There were none of the elder people who were standing in front. It was the youth. It has happened also in Kenya recently, where the youth have said no to one of the laws which has been about to be imposed to the population. What I'm trying to say is that if we're going to keep saying that we have intellectual, I'm talking about the academics, which we don't have in Congo. Because in Congo, when we say academics, we are talking about those elder people who we think that they are academic or they are intellectual, while they are not intellectual. They are hungry, most of them. Once they are being called in different meetings, the statement that they were using today, it's not going to be the same statement they're going to use after meeting the Minister of Education or after having a meeting with the President. So we have a serious problem, and I'm going to conclude on saying that we cannot keep talking about patriotism while people are hungry. We cannot stand up and go in front to fight for our rights while I did not eat last night. I need the strength for me to stand up and go fight there in the front. And that way, as Mr. Sandler insisted by saying that we are being corrupt because we are poor. Poverty. We can have ideology today, but tomorrow after tomorrow, as the leader from Richard Bay said, they're going to divide us because we are hungry, we are poor. So what is the way forward for us to fight that mentality of being used by imperialism because of our state of being poor, especially in Africa, and which is the same issue in the years. Thank you so much.
Thanks, comrade, and I acknowledge the leadership from Richards Bay. And it's always quite very nice to meet Comrade Steve. We have engaged with him in many platforms virtually, and I can't remember the last time we met face to face. So I'm so excited. And this is to show that the CRM is a movement that can pull people whom you meet and you feel comfortable. The same way when I came and I met Comrade Daya and I said, we met him. You have mentioned, Comrade Mutende, you have mentioned the issue of the fees must fall. And this is the generation of the fees must fall, Comrade Daya. We were in the university and we drove it, we spoke as intellectuals. And I'm a Congolese. So I can stand in front of you and take it to you and convincing you that I'm an intellectual. I've not just been given a chance to lead. Because we are leading in this country, which is not our country. You can go through the record, and I'm defending myself as a black, leftist, intellectual, and Marxist, whom did not just come in this country and say that I'm here, I need to solve the issues in the Congo without being part of the solution of the working class in this country as a communist. And the first thing I did was to join the Communist Party. Because I'm from that generation of those after the killing of Patrice Lumumba who decided to go and be in Hewabora. So I was born in exile, grown up in exile, traveling all over these countries, not because I want to be here, but because of the circumstances. So, as an intellectual and a communist, I can, believe you me, give me the Department of Education in the Congo, I'll sort it out. Put me the president, I'll sort out all the problems. Because here, I was trusted by the South African Student Congress, SASCO, to lead them as the Secretary General of the UK ZN in the Maritime Campus. in the university. And the YCN has put me in many structures because they know my contribution. And I developed the concept of taking the university to the people. I have 7 high schools, not Congolese schools, but trying to contribute and respond to the question done in the South African context in terms of education. But you are correct if you say that there are no intellectuals in the DRC. Because what is the role of an intellectual colonial state? It is to respond to the material conditions of the oppressed, to come up with solutions to issues affecting the people. And Gramsci talked about organic intellectuals. So not those intellectuals who sit at the University of Kinshasa, they read, they publish without knowing what is happening. So you are very correct. As a citizen of the DRC, you have analyzed the historical and the current material conditions of what our people are facing. And you are saying, if these intellectuals exist, why can't they respond to the issues affecting the society? Because the material condition, comrade, they don't allow everyone to go to university. But those who are going to university, our expectation is for them to be part of the solution to our country. I'm going to give you a very simple example. If I talked about organic intellectuals, and I'm trying to be a Marxist, it is those intellectuals who sit in the university without dislocating themselves or discharge or not having a relationship with the masses. But in Francophone countries, the petits bourgeoisie, les évolués, the educated are meant to be distanced from the non-educated. So once you are educated, you get adopted into a class that is going to defend dominant ideas. I'm going to give you two. Professor Wilonja Mulani is a professor. He did his PhD outside of the DRC. And at the same time, he was the director in the cabinet. And there was a time, the remaining 2 years of President Joseph Kabila Kwenda, he was called the de facto prime minister. There was a prime minister, but you couldn't do anything without consulting him. He wrote a lot of books. You can even go in Google, you find them. But you are right as a citizen. Are all of those books responding to the need of where he come from? In the fees? Where? No. 2 years before the end of President Kabila's term, Professor Evariste Bouchard, who at a certain time was a dean of the School of Law at the University of Kinshasa, he published a book. And that book was to justify that every constitution can be amended. Was he trying to publish a book to respond to the need of the masses or to justify the next move of President Joseph Kabila? De la révision de la Constitution. But during that moment, there was Professor Mbata, comrade, who was also here in Nisa, by the way, at a certain time. And I believe that the CRM, there was a time there was a workshop where Prof. Wamba Dia Wamba was around before he died. Mbata was around. And he was a very progressive guy. When this book was published by Professor Evariste Bouchard, Mbata was among, let me call him academics, not intellectual, among the academics who rise up and say that that constitution is perfect, it does not need to be amended. Was he talking for the benefit of the masses? Or he was talking to justify why the president should not take the third term? He joined the Union Sacrée. Now, before he joined the Union Sacrée, there was a group of intellectuals who came with the concept, ne touchez pas à ma constitution. Don't touch my constitution. The same cabal is now saying that constitution must be amended. So you're very correct. You are very correct. Because as a citizen, you just see the rhetoric, which has nothing to do with you as a citizen. And you also talked about patriotism. You are right. How do you expect me to be a patriot, Comrade Chair, if the state does not respond to my need or to its own devoir? Comrade, the state has something to do to the people. And the people has something to do to the state. My mother is from Malindi. She has to go and cultivate palm wine for me to go to school. The state has never done anything to me. How do you expect my patriotism to emerge if you don't have consciousness movement that can bring me to? So you are very correct. But what we are doing, like what Comrade Stephen said, those who are there, they will get trained, they will get told, they will be given theories to explain and understand both the historical and the present conditions, for them now to respond to what Abraham Lincoln said, what must be do, what must do to the state. Because in this sense, we are vulnerable. The state does not do anything, but through ourselves. And that's what the Bolsheviks did. They declared their own space. So we are going to declare our own space. And from declaring our own space, we are going to say the struggle that Patrice Lumumba started, we'll go forward with it. Without even publishing nonsense and not being dramatic intellectuals. Because perhaps I will tell you that the Congo has dramatic intellectuals. We'll discuss about that concept on lunchtime.
Thank you, Comrade Dr. Ferouz, for that response. Just maybe in 2 words. Maybe in 2 words also, the part of corruption, obviously as you said that it has been answered, but there was also another point that was mentioned during Ferouz's address, is that to fight corruption, how do we do that without looking into the education system? And by education system, we mean the means of access to education. With loans that we're using, our parents themselves using their means to help us. By the time you finish, when you become a cadre, what you're looking at is that you have behind you the chain of loan to pay. And the salary that you're getting probably is not going to be helpful for you to cut off that chain. What happens? Je pense donc je suis. How do you cut that? Because yeah, I've used the means to access the education system came from my family, so it's me. I need first of all to pay to repay my parents. But when the state takes control, is in charge, the means of access are controlled, are provided by the state. That's where also state will contribute to instill patriotism in us. Not only by educating us, but also by the services that they are providing. I just wanted to add that part. Thank you. Yes, we've got a hand there, and then we'll come to you, my brother. Yes. Thanks.
Thank you for your opportunity.
I believe that the formation of any political movement to take power from the holder. I want to find out, are you ready, are you prepared to go to any extent to take power from the cabal, as they call it, because the cabal is prepared to deal with you in any other way that they deem necessary.
Yeah, thank you for the question. You know, we started this movement because we want to change the material condition of Congolese people. And our main is to take power. But how to take power? Power is taken in three ways. First, it's peaceful. If the peaceful does not work, we go to revolution. But our way, what we need is to take power. But what we are doing now is not an event, it's a process. We are in the process of taking power. Thank you.
And also there's additions there to from our Secretary General. If you can give him the microphone at the back there.
Long live the spirit of Patrice Lumumba. Long live. Long live the undying spirit of Patrice Lumumba. Long live. Long live. Viva DRC, viva. Viva. Viva Congo, viva. Viva. Viva the revolution of the working class and the poor in DRC, viva. Viva. Down with division, down. Down. Up with unity of the Congolese people, up. Up. Up with the unity of the Congolese people, up. Up. Manda, wait. Nguvu, wait. All the power to the people. Nguvu zote. Kwa wananchi. Nguvu zote. Thank you very much. I only want to add something on what the chairperson has alluded on concerning the reason why we have formed this movement. I'm just repeating what Comrade have presented. First of all, the material condition. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Comrade Stephen has said he's here is not because he wanted to be here, but it's because of the material condition back home that was not right for him to achieve whatever he wanted to achieve or to do. He found himself out of the country. So that is the point number one. The material condition will always be there. So another element that pushed us to establish this movement, we did our historical materialism. We tried to understand DRC, because in politics, you cannot move forward if you don't understand your past, and that past that is affecting our present. And what can we do now in the present time to change the future? So the dissatisfaction of the governance system in DRC after the departure of Patrice Lumumba has driven us, has pushed us to establish a movement like this. Why? Because if you go back into the history, all the successive governments that took over after Patrice Lumumba, they have failed. It's no longer a secret. They have failed to deliver services to our people. Today we are celebrating 64 years. We can say that these were the 64 wasted years. So we have nothing to show off after 64 years. So that dissatisfaction, comrade, they push us. We realize that those who are ruling us, those who are leading us, are national bourgeoisie. So they are the local elites who are working with the external forces to continue looting and destabilizing the country without changing the material condition of the people. And then we told ourselves that if we allow this to go unchallenged, so we will continue like this up until such time, for those who are Christians, they always say Jesus will come back. So we took that courage to establish this movement. And the establishment of this movement, we did understand one thing. In DRC, there are internal and external factors that are destabilizing the country. For external factors, I think the presenters, they were clear. The capitalists, imperialists, using some proxies in the region to destabilize the country. So the biggest problem that we are facing is internal. So we have a lot of problems, of a cocktails of problems, the divisions on the tribal line and so forth and so on. But the major problem that we are facing to unite the country, to build national unity, poor and the weak leadership that we have in the country. So if we have leaders who are politically, ideologically prepared to organize the communities, to organize the people who are oppressed, and we will have that leverage, that political leverage, to push back the frontiers of occupation, to push back the frontier of exploitation and looting of our country. So that was the reason why we decided to establish. And this movement, we read different theories, both from Europe and from Africa, and we realized that there are two ways on how to bring change. It's through ballots or through bullets. And the true ballot, it's when a true democratic process or true democratic environment has been created for people to contest power. If that door has been shut down, then we are left with no other door than to take the route of the bullet, which is a violent revolution to change the structure of society. So in terms of how to get power, it is a process. And that process is not an event, it is a journey. First of all, you need to build an organizational power. What is an organizational power? So this movement now is now training, capacitating a group of comrades who are political and ideological, capable now to agitate, to organize, to mobilize, and lead our people to that decisive moment that will end this process of exploitation. So once we get that organizational power, when this CRM is all over the world, the CRM is in the country, now people, they realize that these people, they have capacity, they understand things. So now people will surrender, will say that, no, lead us. So that is the second stage of mass power. Once you get that mass power, you have political power. You can use that political power to influence things, to get state power. And once you get the state power, your last stage is to go to economic power. It is a process, it is not an event. Thank you.
We had a hand here, my brother here in blue. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so pleased to be here. It's getting so helpful. But I have a question to. I understand how you respond to how what can be done to our Congo. And then, if I could, it was like how to end corruption. And the other part that triggered the more, when you say we need to have a socialism state. But that cannot just go for one day, just to go to capitalism and then socialism. I did like that part. So now here's my question. It should be like a series of surveys. Like, that's what I'm bringing, the one question. Maybe I'll ask another one if I'm not satisfied with the answer. When somebody, like let's say, for presidential debate, anything, you want to take, you'll be the leader, like, among the leaders. You have domestic policy. But in another side, foreign policy play a bigger role in the country. If I might ask, in your point, how can you end the war? Because there will never be any country that any foreign policy will be implemented, or anything that will be successful if the country has no strong defense and security system. So, like the countries in the world, right? That this, it's been for ages hard to use a strategy to end the war. While we know Lumumba was there, while Lumumba died, I was hoping we'd go much deeper into that part, so we'll know much. Because you just start somewhere, tip of iceberg. Why Lumumba died? Why Mobutu survived for so long? And why Kabila died? Kabila the father. Kabila was there. He had the power to change it. But he did it. So imagine you are imaging, you're not even a level that Kabila was there. Whatever they trying to do. So you are imagining, how do you think you'll reach to the top before you being proud? Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm really happy with your question, because you are asking the question within a communist socialist space. For us, our thinking is mostly based on Karl Marx's writing in Engels. And if there is no capitalism, Comrade Dai will intervene if I don't respond, because he's one of the prominent communists in the province. The first step to socialism is capitalism. To reach a point where we are going to declare a socialist state, we should first defeat capitalism. And capitalism has different forms. It's very clever, Comrade Wacho. Capitalism knows how to contextualize itself within every epoch. And if you look at all the historical epochs, you will see that capitalism can come in a form of apartheid. But it's still capitalism. It can come in a form of colonialism. It's still capitalism. So, for me to make that statement, to say that for now, I consider the DRC to be located within a capitalist framework, even though it is not industrialized, to look at the writing of Marx. But if you look at the current social context and the history of the country, you will find that the DRC economy, even now, depends on mining. While it has a huge number of land, Arab land, but they will come and tell you that the umbilical cord of the DRC economy is Lubumbashi. And if you go to Lubumbashi, you look at Lubumbashi, look at the activities, the economic activities that are done in Lubumbashi, it is mining. And Jekamin become the one that we talk much about. Now, you look even where the Department of Energy and Mine at the university in the DRC, it started at the University of Lubumbashi. So it's a capitalist economy that is there, but it has adopted or co-opted, to use Comrade Dai's word, a certain segment of the society to be part of that mining system, which is the umbilical cord of the country. So for me, for us now to reach to a socialist state is to defeat this thing. How do we diversify the economy? All right. How? You talked about foreign policies of the DRC. But you can't have a foreign policy without a clear and coherent domestic policy. And what do the domestic policies do? Their main aim is to respond to the need of the society. So if we could have a clear domestic policy that responds education, infrastructure development, health, monetary policies, and perhaps the mining. We will be able then to engage with the external forces if we have a clear domestic policy regarding, we ask a question at the national level, Chair. What is it that we must do to link all the provinces from Fizi, where we come from, to Kinshasa? What is the transportation strategy that we can put in place? And then we call it, for example, the plan of road construction in DRC. Because the colonial people, they did link provinces, by the way, but through railways and harbor, not for the socio-economic development of the masses. And those places that are not linked to these mining areas, and that's why the Eastern DRC is volatile. Because if you look at, starting from Uvira to Goma, it's not linked to Mbashi, and it's linked to Kinshasa. Because the railway system in that area does not work, does not exist. Do you get it? As a result now, these neighbors are used now for transportation. I don't know if you get me. So if you are to link Uvira, domestic policies that need to respond to the need of the people, then you can be able to discuss at the foreign policy level. But for now, we are weak. And that's why, even if we are to engage in a discussion around the transportation of sugar from Sikiri de Kiliba to Bujumbura or to Kigali, do you have the road? So the partner will come in your foreign policy. You need to include transportation. So when you are discussing with them, you will say, you can come and invest. But in your investment, road infrastructure, it's not there. So for me, to finish the war in the DRC, I will, if you are to put me there, develop a clear domestic policy that respond to the need of the people, which take into consideration the historical features of the country in almost everything. And I gave you the example of transport, which is clear, the Comrade died such it. And it's not from even the DRC. But you could say that the country is linked through railways and harbors. And if you check the chemin de fer, you will see Kalemi to Lubumbashi to Kanyamakasese. You will see along the way to Chikapa. You will see along the way there are mines. And that same railway is linked to this there is this cement company at the border of Fizi and Kabimba, the Simalak. But that same road connection does not link the Simalak to the port, the Kalundu. Because the port, the Kalundu, depend on the port, the Kigoma. And the port, the Kigoma, is linked to the Indian Ocean. Done. So, let the CRM develop clear, progressive, pro-people for domestic policies. It is these domestic policies that will interpret now a foreign policy. Because now a foreign policy will be linked to the domestic policy. But currently, I was reading the report, I was reading the program of the current Prime Minister. It has nothing to do with foreign policy. You can even go and ask a DRC politician, what is your position regarding Palestine? I don't know if you have something to add. Thanks.
Thank you very much, comrade. Yes, there's a follow-up, please. Yes, here, the same brother here, Wacha. Got a follow-up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Feruzi. I hate you very clear, but it seems that I should rephrase my question, but I just want to speak for about a minute or two, so I give you my finding, and then maybe from there you can also add your. If I can remember better, I know Lumumba died because of he wanted to take alliance like to the east. I don't know if you agree with me on that point. Here Mobutu he went for like almost 30 years. He was a dictator, but he was supported by who? But the opposite side, the West. But he survived. And then during his reign, there were so many rebellions from Angola, they were coming. They couldn't even survive the man, a week they were crushed. Why? Because he had alliance with the Americans. Here today we say Kagame is strong. Why we say Kagame is strong? Because his alliance. Who is Kagame alliance at the moment? Say the West. Number one, the Americans. So in my point, I'm just trying to say there is power in alliance. Most of the people disagree here, or some will agree, but they don't agree in the sense of saying our alliance should go the way. Most of them will disagree. But let me give you some tips. Back in Mobutu time, because people say no, we with Mobutu and then he was allied to the West. What did they do in our country? They don't build the country. But you build the country. You as the president, your leadership build the country. Those alliances are just for partnership, for security system, if I should say, like in the case of NATO. Those alliances that Mobutu had with them. Some people criticize that they were taking about 80% or beyond our resources. We only left with 20%. Some will disagree, but that's why they're taking more. But if you read today, the code minimum today, if foreign companies go to the US and invest, they get over 80% of what they want. I don't know if you're aware of that. So even now, our constitution is favoring the investors. But why are not they? So my point is to say, Kabila was there. We have seen the reign of Kabila for the few times Kabila the father before he died. They were like below. We were all thinking that there was going to be a change in justice. But the moment he thought that all this time he was a rebel, he was a socialist, communist. So now he is now president. If he continues to be with the West, it's going to be like a traitor. We've been supporting him. So now you're in power, you're aligned with the West. So he wants to change. And then now we have how many years since he died? I think we're going backward. So what I'm trying to say is our alliance, our movement should seek alliance with the West for us to end the war. If we don't seek that, we still have more than 20 years, 30 years to come before we see any change. Because let me give another last part. Today in Botswana, all this year, Libya was having 75% of all the money, like all the gold, the diamond. They were 75. But if you tell somebody that when Kabila speaks, Kabila the father before he died, no, they are giving me 30%, they are taking 70. I don't know, you're saying 40, they are taking 60. Everyone is still on, they are taking more. But now today, Botswana is #1 for GDP per capita in Africa. While they only get 25% of their resources. But they are building that. So for us, when we still thinking that the West take more, we still far behind. Because Mobutu did not build the country. Not because he was allied with the West. Only he was not able to lead the country. Thank you.
Right, we are going to respond to you, together with comrade. I'm going to take one part, and he's going to take the second one. You can just start. Yeah, sure.
Look, I just want to start from the point of Patrice Lumumba, that Remember the history. Patrice Lumumba was killed and deposed amongst other presidents. One of them was the president of Egypt, Abdel Nasser. One of them was the president of Chile, Allende. While they were killed by the CIA, and the president was killed of Iran, President Mossadegh. What they had done after the World War II, they said these presidents, we are starting a non-aligned movement. The non-aligned movement was either for the West or the East. It was for the development of their own continent. But because the West was paranoid, it had an attitude of saying, if you are not allied with the West, therefore you are allied with the East. Therefore, in all these countries, it installed dictators. Not for the country's development, because in all these countries, by the way, they did not develop. Egypt, under Abdel Nasser, was building a dam to have the hydro, the river that is the electricity that gets generated via the river, hydroelectric dam. So the notion of alignments, you do get dictators. Take for instance Gabon. That has been the Gabonese president. They've been stooges of the French ways. But the country is not developed. Take Niger, has no development. So what is important, coming back to the initial question, is that you develop your own domestic policy based on your own needs as a country. Then when you call outsiders, you call them on the basis of your own interest as a country. I think we can learn a lot from China, that as deliberate, that it's not a friend of the West, it's not a friend of the US, but they had some cooperation but based on Chinese interests. So we have to be very, because we have to be aware that the West, even now Russia themselves don't have interests, our own interests, but to develop your own policy based on your own interests, then you engage them based on your own terms. Because if you don't do that way you get exploited. But that needs, for that to happen, it needs principled leaders who are not after money for themselves and their families. So that's what I think we need. I thought I should clarify the point of Patrice Lumumba and others who were deposed, and then Comrade for those who will respond.
I'm not going to respond just now. I just wanted to give a small announcement that we were asking that if we can start serving you some refreshment while you are asking questions and the panel is answering, so that also we buy time. Please, if that's fine with you, so I'm going to ask the team to kindly please start serving, and while we continue with the discussion. Thank you.
All right. No, thanks leadership for the clarity. The Congo is a country. How do we locate the Congo post the death of Patrice Lumumba? And ask in my presentation, I talked about the national question. What is the Congolese national question? Americans will call it American dream. Americans will come and tell you that we want to be big in everything. and everything that is big in the world is supposed to belong to us. So basically, if you are taller than everyone in the world, you're supposed to be American. They will give you citizenship. If you eat too much than everyone in the world, they'll take you. So let's go back and reason on Mobutu, because you started from Mobutu. What was the national question that led Mobutu to participate in the liquidation of Patrice Lumumba? Was it because of the national interest or the colonial interest? If it was for the external interest, which is the Western interest, then he was the leader who was used for the benefit of the colonial interest. As a result, the country became a proxy, a satellite state of the US within the perspective of Cold War. Because we had a hegemonic war. We had Russia, we had the US, and Patrice Lumumba comes in and says, we need to develop non-alignment movement, where we don't say we are communists, we support Russia or we support the West. We will deal with everyone. And you remember, when Chombe Moses led a war in Katanga, the first people Prime Minister contacted were not Russians. He knew very well that the UN by Western powers, but because he was in the perspective of non-alignment, he decided to say, let's go to these structures, see how they are going to help us. What did they do? They brought the first peacekeeping mission, not to finish the war in Katanga, but to lead to a negotiation, because the Belgians, they left and they wanted to have a hand in the Katanga Shaba province. Did you get that? So Mobutu came in. What was the national question? He came with Zionization as a policy of the state. Can we, which say nationalization, was it motivated? We don't know. I don't have literature to justify. Mzee Kabila came, 1997. He declared an ideological position in his first speech by confirming that he's a Marxist-Leninist. And if you read all the policies, you'll see initiations such as the Kanyama Kasese project. They changed the collapse of the Zaire's currency and the new franc Congo. It's a domestic policy. That was clear. Yes, he was for it. But now the question is, foreign policies, comrade, supposed to benefit the majority of the people. You gave the Botswana. How many people are benefiting? Which conditions, comrade, from Botswana? Ali. And at a certain point in the ANC, you in the youth here, Comrade Diamond, no. And perhaps is one of the problems that Malema got from the ANC. How do you give the land? You rent the land for 100 years and say the country should be fine, but how many people are benefiting? So if we go to Botswana and check how many black people from those investments, and I will go back to Rwanda. I've done research, I will share with you the paper. There is nothing in Rwanda. People are suffering the way it's said. It is an economy that depends on state fund, from World Bank, from donors. I mean, Rwanda was really looting the DRC for its own benefit. We couldn't be here. We could all go to Rwanda, looking at the minerals, looking at the wealth that the DRC has. If Rwanda was not used to loot the DRC, it could be a Belgium in Africa. Belgium, they looted Congo, and they're fine. It's a small country in Europe, they're okay. But Rwandese are here. They face on. You go, you check people in rural areas. So Rwanda is not Kigali. And I'm going to tell you, Prime Minister, if you check the data and the economic phase of the DRC when Matata Ponyo came in, there was macroeconomic stability. But how do you interpret that macroeconomic stability to the living conditions of the people? It was zero. Nigeria, at a certain point, it became the first economic power in the continent. How do you interpret those women in Lagos, in Abu? Can you go and tell them that Nigeria is the biggest economy in the continent? They won't. So, comrade, to conclude your question, what we need to do and what must be done needs to be linked to the domestic policies that respond to the need of our people. And Comrade Cabral comes with a very, very important lesson. He tells us, Cabral, our people need nothing. They need jobs, food on the table, space for their children. So everything that we can do depends first on how we craft our own domestic policies, and when we are discussing, when we are negotiating, we negotiate by linking all our domestic issues to the international and foreign affairs. So the only country that is supported by the West in the world is Israel. No any black country that can claim to be supported by the West. So we have been deceived about Rwanda is not supported by the West. If you check the money that the US and Western countries donate to Israel, you will understand a country that is supported by the West, or Ukraine. You will understand. But as long as in Nyanza, in Rwanda, people steal water from Kibomba, there is no any support of the West. Rwandese are our brothers. The leadership is the one. Say. So let's link our domestic policy, Chairperson.
Thank you, Comrade Aferus, for that answer. Just before we take that question, I just wanted to recognize the presence of our comrade from the Kusatu provincial team, Comrade Edwin Kize. You are welcome. And as we take a couple, yes, thank you very much, colleague. Also, colleague, Comrade Sandule has excused himself, need to attend to some urgent matter. We really appreciate his contribution for today's event. We can give him a hand of applause as he walks through. Thank you very much. Yeah, so we will have so after Comrade Edwin has settled, so we will have a word of support from him. In that case, so we'll go to Mr. Stephen, and after that we'll come to Mr. Mtende. Please, microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Baba Keys, you are welcome. I was tempted to even think you guys are doing shifting. Suddenly, going, you are in. Very, very organized. No, just a joke. Thank you. Comrade, mine is, goes this way. Sarah, you've provoked me. Now you have to manage me. Some of us, we come from this, I used to be very devoted Christians, and we come from this background where we've been told Jesus is coming tomorrow. We've been told, you know, when you see wars, hunger, then you know that's the end of time. By this thing, when I grew bigger or older, I started realizing this thing has existed since there was war. Always there have been hunger. So to me, and it was like, is this theory of Jesus coming, is it true or not? Or maybe there's something we're not being told clearly. Sarah, and please, don't take this route of singing a song with no time frame. We want to know. I want to know. As Sarah, what is the plan going forward? I want to leave this venue knowing that in 3 or 5 years to come, these are the plans that Sarah has. You know, I need that clarity. We should not sing like when you see signs, war and hunger, then the end is coming, the world is coming to an end. I want to know 3 to 5 years, where are we going? And from here, which route are we taking? Is it N2 or N3? I want to get those clarifications. And secondly, I've never been a politician before. And I'm not afraid to join any movement of such nature. I used to hear, you know, they say, this ruling class, they are well organized. Kagame can be in Kigali and kill people or cause people to die in Johannesburg, especially if you are trying to organize yourself. CRM, is there any security plan that we have? For those who will join the movement, they should not be tempted to say there is no support structure behind. If today, for instance, just to end my question, someone in DRC join forces with someone in KwaZulu-Natal and say, when you see anyone with a red t-shirt, written CRM, just eliminate. What will be the plan to get ourselves saved here in KwaZulu-Natal and DRC? Thank you.
I think Comrade President is going to answer you.
Thank you to everybody. Thank you to our program director. Thank you to Dr. Feruzi. Baba Mkizo, so welcome. Comrade, I would like to answer you according to CRM line. We as a CRM, we have studied all these ways of doing things. And at the end of the day, we come to realize that capitalism is a system of crisis. They create crisis so that they can take advantage of that. Right? Like the war in DRC is a crisis. They're making that war there so that they can take advantage of it. I want to ask you, tell you something. There is a crisis, there is a war in DRC. Ask yourself, where those minerals are going? Where they are going? But there is war there, but they are there exploiting the mineral there. You see how they are. And as a CRM, we have studied that. We have said this. There's a question someone, a comrade asked, when are we going to take power? And we said, is a process, which means, what it means, a process to us. We are training leaders, professional revolutionaries, who will be able to stand against the capitalists. I will give you an example today. You know, money, this money can be tested. Everybody can be tested in receiving money. But if you are a true leader, a true revolutionary, if me today am not there, you will stand up, isn't it? You will stand up and say, no, the CRM line is this one here. Ours is what? We defend the interests of working class and the proletarian people in the country. Right? And you also will stand there. They will come to you because we know capitalism. They will tell they did Lumumba. They killed Lumumba, but because there was no leaders who was trained.
The
struggle of Lumumba went off. But if there are leaders who have been trained as a revolutionaries, they should carry on with what? With the struggle. That's our aim, to train leaders capable of going forward with socialism in DRC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will take the hands of Mr. Mutende, and after which there's a follow-up. The security.
For the second question, I will leave it to our Secretary General who will be answering you. Thank you.
Viva Congo, viva! All the power to the people. Down with division down. Up with unity up. Thank you very much, comrade, for the question. I think I'll be repeating what the presenters, I think even the Sunday day, he touched on the question that you are asking. So for any revolution, there will always be a counter-revolution. One thing that we need to know, comrade, those who are leading us, they have set up a table. And on that table is the table of the few. So when a movement like this want to disrupt that table, those who are sitting on that table are going to react. So that is the first signal that is showing us that in whatever we are doing, there is a risk. So what we normally do at the CRM, we will develop our own personal security because we are still building up this organization. So it's a matter of being security conscious because we know the agent of capitalists, they are everywhere. You know, even our own government, it's got intelligence structures all over the world. So just to identify some elements that appear to be a threat to the government of the day that continues to deny the working class and the poor their rights to live a better life. So in terms of that security, it's now up to us. We have our own internal mechanism on how to protect one another. So that is what we do up until such time. And also, another type or form of security is the community itself. So that is why we are deeply rooted in the struggle and the aspiration of the people themselves. Because when the people, they understand this message, the same people will be your protector. So, but when the people, they don't understand what you are doing, then the same people can sell you out. And this is the reason why from time to time we organize events like this. From time to time you will see us in the churches, because church is a site of activism. So we need also to infiltrate that particular space to capacitate and also to conscientize the pastors. Because by doing that, we are broadening our protection in the community itself. But if the community rejects us, then we are in trouble. Whoever wants to get us, it will be much easier for them to get us. So that is number one. And also, in terms of another form of security, comrade, this is not a localized organization. Our organization has got an international outlook. So we are connected to progressive movements all over the world. I think comrade was talking about the left. So whatever we are doing, we are coming from that particular angle, the working class and the poor. So we have support of some of our comrades everywhere. So whenever, if we feel like some of our comrades, because right now we have infiltrated, we are in DRC, I think comrade has mentioned that. So if we have some of our comrades are threatened by the state apparatus, we activate the global support, the friends that we have here and there. So I'll give you one of the examples. When we started the campaign against MONUSCO must go, we had friends all over the world. And then I remember one of the Latin American countries, Uruguay. The moment they came to understand the atrocities the United Nations keeping forces doing in DRC, they went to their own government. They did, I think it was a 1 week stage, they staged in. And as a result of that, a month later, Uruguay did withdraw 1,000 of its soldiers from that United States, United Nations keeping forces. We call them business keeping forces. So we rely on that. So I think with those few words, comrades, let me end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Secretary. We're going to take Mr. Mtende, after which, if it necessitates an answer, it will be provided. Then we will hear the message of support from our comrade from COSATU. Thank you.
Thank you so much again for the opportunity. I've been for so long, and I believe that we are making mistake. We, when I'm saying we, I'm saying the majority of Congolese, by believing that our major enemy is Rwanda, and that they have made that the majority of the youth of Congo, they have focused now on seeing Rwanda as the major enemy and ours among them. If it was not for being here today, I could not be able to differentiate the issue of Rwanda and Congo and the issue of the people who are pushing Rwanda to do what is happening in Congo. For me, I can conclude by saying that Rwanda is just an airport that imperialists, they are using to take whatever they are taking from the east of Congo. Why am I saying that? It's because when he was giving his presentation, Mr. Sandy, he gave a very good example when he explained to us the issue of railway. Because the entire east of Congo, there is no road that is linking villages to villages. When I'm saying road, I'm not saying those roads which they are using motorbike to travel. I'm not talking about those type of roads. I'm talking about proper road where a truck can move, proper infrastructure, where a truck can move from point A to point B. We will never talk about development while there's no road. I have a question for you, Mr. Pelusi. Your presentation first really did touch me a lot. And I believe the youth of Congo, not here in South Africa, the youth of Congo, they need to hear from you. You need to speak to them. You need to make them understand that our major enemy is not Rwanda. How? Why? Because the way you are explaining the issue that is happening on the east of Congo, it is not the way people are being explained to them as they are inside Congo. Because everyone believes Rwanda is our major enemy. But if they can understand it the way I have understood it today, personally, I will never ever speak again bad about Rwanda. And I'll be proud of it. Why? Because I will be able to explain and defend my statement in public. Are you in contact with any youth movement in the east of Congo? If not, why? Because I believe it's time. The youth need to be Congo. I'm not talking about Congo's government. I'm talking about the youth. There is no sensibilization in Congo. There is no information. They are not informed. Remember, their social media is controlled by the government. So it's time for them to receive a word mouth to mouth for them to understand. Because not every information they are receiving via social media, it's there to help them. Some of them is there to prove to the Congolese that America is not your problem is Rwanda. And all of them now they are focusing on Rwanda. And how often do you meet with Congolese community in South Africa to speak to them regarding the issue that the Congo is facing? And if not, I'm going to advise and ask you or appeal to you that it's time you start meeting the DRC youth and speak to them about the future. We are not where we're supposed to be. Somebody cannot welcome you in his house and you want to stay there forever. When you stay long, people get tired of you. And we have to go back home. We cannot go back home in that situation. This message is for all of us here. We have stayed long in South Africa. We should not benefit from the peace which other people die for them to be in this type of condition while we don't want to go and fight for the future of our kids. In the same way, they can also have the peace that we are all benefiting here in South Africa. Thank you.
When you were asking your question, Comrade Stephen was laughing. I don't know why. I have one of my students here in this venue. Raise your hand. In the political science department in Howard College, I had developed time to have discussions with Congolese students on DRC issues. And they used to come to see me. And my door used to be open. So I'm responding to your first question on, do I have contact with the Congolese youth? I do. And my contact is always provocative. And believe you me, I can say that. Because I always try to bring unpopular views. Because a capitalist society depends also on media. And those who have power, they have the ability to drive the narrative. And it is that narrative that is driven which constitutes now the reality, which may not necessarily be a reality. But whatever that they push it for its own survival. As a result, we, the members of public and Congolese, we end up not doing a clear diagnosis of the problem that we have. And that's why when I came in my presentation, I said, when I was invited, I was told to say, talk about what must be done. And I said, I'm going to talk about the autopsy of the state. So for me, I have that contact. Two, since I've been in UKZN, I've tried by all means to open rooms, not only for Congolese students, but for all the children of oppressed people to get access to the university. And I did develop a concept called taking the university to the people. And that's why you can see the College of Humanities. So I came with the university to who? To Congolese. As a scholar, as an academic, to share my diagnosis of the DRC. So that contact exists. I always travel to any funeral because most of us, we meet on funerals. I will go to any funeral. I will go to any wedding. As long as I have time, I will go. In the DRC, I do have contact with the youth in the DRC. But the DRC has one problem. Politicization of NGOs. And Comrade Stephen would say on that. People who are in the civil society, they are the ones who become politicians of tomorrow. So anyone, most of them, they first come with an NGO, they come with mobilization strategy to gain popular support, and then from that popular support from the youth, they then get their way into the mainstream politics. I started an NGO called Key Affronting Foundation, which its aim was to go and participate in social mobilization in the DRC and try to participate and check what is it that must be done. But it has not been received quite very well, because the majority of young people, they know we, the intellectuals, from outside of the country, are the one who put the country where it is today. So if you go, you say, I'm from this university, I have this qualification, I do this, I want to help you, the first thing they will ask, send us $200. Because they know whatever that you are doing, your aim is to capture. Your aim is to be in the mainstream politics. So I have been working. I got invited sometimes to some youth organization because I identify myself from the Fizi, and there is quite a number of NGOs in the Fizi and Vivo, which we communicate, and sometimes they invite me to speak these ideas. So that is to respond to those. But even you, if you want me to come to talk, I'm always available to talk. Anytime, I can use my own resources. I will come, I will provoke you, and thank you so much for you for getting something today. Yes.
Amandla! Awetu! Amandla!
Comrades, we're going to hear from our friends, Kosatu, and after that, we will take 2 or 3 hands, and then we'll be drawing to the close. So we really appreciate your patience, please. So let's hear first from our friends, and then we'll come back to you, please. Thank you.
Amandla! Ina the Sierra forward to the Sierra forward to the working class solidarity forward to the international solidarity forward. Amandla! Comrades, thank you very much. Greetings, Comrade President, the General Secretary, the comrades, leadership. I want to just observe protocol. I saw that the party was here as well, in the form of Comrade Dai. My name is Comrade Edwin Mkize. I'm a provincial secretary of COSATU. And I won't be long, Comrade President, because mine is just to welcome you. I've come to welcome you. It's unfortunate that I'm welcoming you at the time when you are leaving. I think I've passed my message through Comrade Capella to say we have opened the offices for you. Engage frankly, much as you can. This is a revolutionary house. We are not surveilled as we are here, comrades, because we believe that really it's a right thing to do. So I won't even take 5 minutes, Comrade President. Here I'm known to be one of the people who take very long when they speak. But I will try to be concise and very brief, as I'm saying that I came when the comrades were ready to go, when they've taken their lunch. I know that the mind get tired as well, comrades have engaged. But comrades,
I think I must say, President, having listened to the comrades, the few comments that I was able to capture on my arrival, I think we must say, comrade, that we really believe as COSATU that there is more work to be done on the issue of DRC and the issue of providing CRM strategy, but not just CRM strategies. Comrade, we talk about Rwanda and all that, about the strategy of the South African working class. It's very much important that we begin to really engage robustly on that issue. Comrades, the world is changing. The world is changing. Unfortunately, the developments that are taking place, the developments that are occurring, are not happening in our favor. The developments and the changes that are occurring in the world are in the favor of imperialism. That is the most unfortunate part, my leader, that we really have to engage, because sometimes I think when we look at the developments taking place in Sudan, sometimes we saw what was happening in Zimbabwe, the DRC, the Rwanda, sometimes in the North Africa, the Yemen, the Egypt, and all those things. We normally say, yeah, it's happening there. It's not, maybe we think that it's not going to reach us. Unfortunately, the developments are beginning to be challenges of all Africans. I remember, comrades, at some stage at the university, we were talking about the development of underdeveloped, saying how really South Africa has been used to extract resources, to make sure that the rich countries get more richer and all that. And we thought that that agenda will never phase out on its own. It needs a struggle. And therefore, Ulenin comrades, because I was trying to locate, where do we locate this strategy? Lots of our comrades have written about the collapse of our democracy, democratic democracy and all that. But sometimes it does not find resonance and expression in our Marxist-Leninist theory and science as to how we need to change the world. And therefore, I was looking at this question of when Ulenini, at some stage in 1917, he developed a book or an article talking about the states. What is the state? And as well, in that, because I remember he was responding to the 2016, sorry, to the 1916 article of Bukhari on the state. But then Lenin said, he spoke about the role of the state in the society, but the other critical point which he raised was the role of the proletariat. The role of the proletariat to actually respond. And the theoretical inadequacies of social democracy in achieving revolution to establish the dictatorship of the proletariat. Because really, I think that's where we need, as we are engaging, we need to focus the role of the proletariat in achieving what we call the dictatorship of the proletariat. My main worry is that
Now, and Ulenin said in one of the questions, the most profound questions which we always talk about is what is to be done. I'm glad, my comrade, you spoke about the issue of whether Jesus has came back or Jesus is about to come back or will he ever come back. We used to say in South Africa, ANC will lead until Jesus comes back. So on these days we're busy arguing, asking if has anyone seen Jesus on the street? Maybe Jesus has came back. Because that's one of the things that we used to say. And therefore that tells us that we can never ever relegate the struggle of the working class and the proletariat to the hands of God. In this Zulu, we are saying that uNkulunkulu usiza abayisizayo, which means that the God will help those that are helping themselves. So it's important that I think we need to say, because the question, maybe we may not have the answer but right now, but the question is, in these 5 stars of the logo, which happen to represent the world, which happen to represent all the corners of the world, what is it the working class, the proletariat, is doing in these 5 corners of your logo, in this star? What is it that the working class is doing to unite themselves? Because capitalism is working, capitalism is busy planning against us. What you see happening in South Africa today is something that capitalism has planned a long time ago, even when they were giving us this democracy that we are talking about today. They've planned about what is happening. That is why even before the elections, they were already telling us what the outcome is going to be of the elections. And I said to the people of South Africa, comrades, you may say whatever you are saying, as long as we are divided as South Africans, we are not going to achieve what we want to achieve. Theirs is to have Africans divided, and if you notice, African leaders or African organizations, they are divided among themselves. And that's what, at the end of the day, they want to achieve, comrades. I said the winner is not going to be one of us, the winner is not going to be the working class, but the winner is going to be imperialism. I said to the comrades, as we are going to the polls, going to vote on the 29th of May, you must know that voting has already been concluded at the White House. And the working class is going to be the losers. As we are trying to address the situation in DRC, and trying to address the situation in Sudan and other countries where the big black people are fighting against one another, are fighting against among themselves. That thing is being introduced all over Africa and even here in South Africa today. And that is the kind of situation, comrade, that we need to begin to deal with, which then tells us that as a working class, it's very much important that we need to unite. We are here. I'm happy you were talking about the question of youth. We also need to talk about the question of women in the struggle. And the CRM comrades, it's important that we must mobilize all these stratas and make sure that we are very much solid. In South Africa, looking as well in Yemen, what happened, you found that the youth has played a profound role, a very significant role in what happened. Even here, during the election in Yemen, yesterday you can talk of Kenya, the role that the youth has played. And the mobilization of youth remains very, very much critical mobilization of women is very much critical. And before I really sit down, comrades, we believe that that is why we said anytime CRM wants a platform to engage, this House of COSATU is going to be available to you every time and any time. And the reason why we say that, we must begin to realize our role as the working class of the world and the working class of various countries. We must pledge solidarity. The struggle of CRM comrades in South Africa, I think you must make sure that we profile it in a way that the Swaziland strategy that you are advancing, also here in South Africa, we take the strategy of DRC, working with CRM, same as the strategy of Swaziland, as something that needs immediate attention. Unfortunately, comrades, you have to deal with the issue of security that you have raised. It's very much important. You have to deal with the issues of resources that you have raised. Unfortunately, in South Africa, we are in the alliance with now the very much challenged ruling party. And one of the questions that we were raising was that what is it as South Africa we need to do in return to give something meaningful in the revolution of countries like Cuba, people who worked with us in the Battle of Queen of Valor, people who sacrificed their brothers and sisters to come and work with us in South Africa. What is it that you are doing in return in order to strengthen and enhance the struggle of the working class across the world, but as well in Africa? So those are the issues, comrades, that we think we need to address. We know that in that thing, Ulenin said, the state is a special organization of force. It is an organization of violence for the suppression of social classes. And that's what we are facing, comrade. At some stage, comrade, I'm not going to go to all the notes that I've prepared for you, but at some stage, he spoke about our leaders. Leaders that tend to be very much radical and revolutionary during the time of revolution. But when they get into power, it happened that imperialism and capitalism swayed them against the very same people for them to find comfort in the very same system and unable to change the very system that is oppressing the people. And that's what is done, comrade, to our leaders. Imperialism has been able to change our leaders to drive the imperialist agenda, knowing or unknowing, to drive the imperialist agenda against the people. Unfortunately, it used those that we know very much that they are revolutionary and they are radical. It used them against our same revolution to mobilize the working class against their own struggles. And those are some of the tactics that we must begin to realize, because he says that the democracy that we are talking about, at the end of the day, it delivers nothing for the poor people of our country. We have seen, even he says, even the modern democracy, the social democracy, is sometimes turned to be just an institution of 5 years where you send the leaders, you go, you elect leaders, but the leaders that you elect, they do one and the same thing for 5 years without really effecting any meaningful change in the lives of the working class. And therefore, that's the situation that we are facing, comrade, that is actually collapsing our democracy, which we thought that is going to help us in order to transform and make the lives of the poor people for a class emancipation, a complete change in the lives of our people. So, comrades, we want to say here, as COSATU, we have experience in South Africa now. One of our movements that was formed to actually unite people is highly divided divided. Unfortunately, what is happening is that at some time, Oliver Tambo, the then president of the ANC, said, no one is going to defeat and collapse the ANC. That thing will have to come from within. And as we are sitting today, we can attest to the good prophecies, not prophecies of doom, good prophecies of correct prophecies of leaders such like Oliver Tambo, that it's us who are going to collapse ourselves. If you look at the African National Congress, we are saying today it would have attained 70%, because people who have come from the African National Congress are the very same one that are actually collapsing the African National Congress to be where it is today at 40%. Unfortunately, it is favoring the agenda of imperialism, not our people. And therefore, comrades, we want to say, as I sit down, President, I don't want you to call me in order. As I sit down, we want to say, comrades, the working class of the world, we must know wherever we are that we are on our own. We must know wherever we are that we must unite and advance our struggle. And we must know, comrade, that our struggle is a struggle for class and against the exploiters. And I think what we need to do, comrades, Ulemin in what he said, what is to be done. Also, he speaks about building the socialist blocks and make sure that we deepen the struggle for socialism. That is the only way in which Africans are going to accelerate themselves from what the challenges that we are facing now. As COSATU, we are an organization of workers, the majority of them whom are poor. We have advanced policies in this country. We have mobilized workers for their own plight, for their own emancipation. We have changed the country in terms of policies, and that part of the mobilization, comrades, that must take place wherever, but we must always make sure that our class does not get divided. We must mobilize it, but make sure that they do not divide us. The working class formations remain intact. That is why we are ready, comrade, and we have been ready, and we have said before, to take the struggle for CRM forward, working together with us. We are going to put it, comrade, even to our national pedestal, to make sure that it moves with the speed that it's supposed to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Bamkize, for the message of support, which is not only a message, but also with actions. One more round of applause, Comrade. At the end, our president is going to say more about the question, but we just want also to add this, that we really appreciate what we get. CRM, we always appreciate that, because the struggle is for all of us. Remaining will defeat the enemy. The imperialists, as we said earlier on, one of the biggest weapons they use is divide. And to counter that, we have to remain united. That's where we will conquer them, or we will defeat them. Thank you. Comrades, I'm going back to, as we said, so as we are drawing to the end of our event today, so we're going to get our last three hands, and then after that, we will have the word, the last word from our president, and then we will be drawing to the end of our event. So we had one hand from Mr. Stephen. We'll start with that one, so the microphone. And if there's another one, please prepare yourself so that we don't waste time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, leaders. Firstly, I would like just to add something on what my brother was saying. That's why I was trying to ask to say something. Yeah, I think it should be also correct. I totally agree with him. But just additionally, this is my personal observation. There is a huge number of Congolese youth who fully understand that Rwanda is not the one who's troubling us. And if they speak ill of Rwanda or they get angry of Rwandese ruling class, it's not because we know they loot from us and keep in Rwanda. Their anger might be motivated by this much love and trust. You know, this is my brother, this is my sister, who's supposed to be my keeper. Then you allow yourself to be used as an airport to benefit a foreign forces. Just as a normal brother, you can't do this. How can you allow someone to come and backstab me in your backyard? So I just wanted to put that in that context. And as my brother just requested, with all these platforms and structures being created to educate our youth, definitely it will take the youth, African youth in general, to the next level. But let me also take this opportunity. Kids, thank you. I know they will say, the president will say, but I say thank you. This is for me. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Also, just to the rest of us in this room here, you know, some of us, we attend a lot of this kind of engagements, and you count numerous of these meetings and you don't see things. Sarah, please, if my name was not in your list or in your book, I don't know it's red or blue, please add my name. Add my name. And if there's anyone who's not committing himself, guys, this is an opportunity. We need to support this movement. We need to get committed. We can't be meeting, talking, we go home and forget what we are doing. Let us show our commitment. Let us be determined together. I think that should be the way forward. And I am number one. I'm saying, please, I will keep asking whether my name is already there. If you follow me, I don't mind, but put the name first. That's what I wanted to conclude. But finally, this goes to academics, you know, my brother, the Feroz. We hear a lot of, when we talk of these systems, we hear a lot of capitalism, you know, Lenin, Marxism. It's fine, we appreciate those systems there. We want, a few years to come, we want to hear Gwambaism, you know, Ferozism, you know. We should, as Africans, also start referring to some of our own as well. What's our own philosophy? What's our own ideology? You know, we have to start thinking. One day when we talk of African politics, we should refer about Kizism as a reference. Thank you.
Comrade Steve, I knew you were going to touch on that. You see, the society has different issues. And these issues are analyzed using correct frameworks. And these frameworks are theories which you can analyze without even being in power. You look at the issue, you say, if I was to be in charge, to be part of those who are supposed to bring solutions to this issue, this is how I will deal with the issue. So if you read the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital for Karl Marx, he was analyzing the society without him thinking to become a president one day. But he was writing in a clear context, in a context that perhaps himself did not know what was going to happen. But when Lenin led the Bolshevik revolution, we managed to contextualize these ideas of Marx to the Russian context, the then USSR, to say this person did analyze this issue. He wrote it when he was in Germany. But me as the leader, I find out this analysis is a good analysis that can solve the problem affecting Russia as a country. Then implemented. Now, in implementation, these theories then they become ideologies. So, theories are developed. When they are implemented, they then become ideologies. It's not as if, as Comrade Stephen, we are not writing. We are writing. But we have not get the space to implement these ideas. Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, before he became the president, he wrote Uhuru na Umoja, Freedom and Unity. A very nice book. He was not even in government, Comrade Mkizi. When he became prime minister, he then implemented Uhuru na Umoja, which is freedom and unity, to Umoja na Maendeleo. Freedom and development. So, for you to get Uhuru, you need to be united. It's a theory. He became now a prime minister, then Tanganyika. He realized that we need to be united because Zanzibar had a problem. The same problem that we had with Rwanda. He came up with the idea to say, why can't we be one country? Then there was the Arusha Declaration, Azimio la Arusha. And then now from things, they are now the pillars of the CCM, which is our ally, the Chama Cha Mapinduzi. And from these theories and ideologies, that is why all liberation movement did end up getting support of the CCM, starting from the Anti Congress, the Frelimo, the MNC Lumumba, the SWAP, because there was a clear ideology. So now, in setup like this where we are, and all of these discussions that we are discussing, Comrade Nobel, it is these discussions that we are discussing that constitute a theoretical framework that allow us to develop now the thinking. In closing, I add that a lunatic cannot fight to have a land plot. Can I repeat it? Chair, if you claim to be a nilotic, automatically you are a pastoral. You move with your cattle. You move with your cows. You can't come and say, I want a plot. So when the great are going to finish, for me, I would argue from that position in trying to sort out the issue of the so-called Banyamulenge within the perspective of their own social and cultural practices. Then look at the Munyamulenge, if they exist, I don't know. Because sometimes I declare myself to be a Munyamulenge. Because the mountain belongs to us, by the way. So, we got them to say, what must be done? And that's why now we have theorized the issue and we are implementing. Comrade Mkize, Comrade Numalo, Mzala says, cooking the rice in the pot or outside of the pot. So how do we cook the rice outside of the pot? Thanks.
Thank you very much. We're going to take, there was a hand here, and then we'll come back to you. Can we have a microphone? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Mr. Charles. And my question is about Congo. What we are talking about, DRC Congo and Rwanda. They are not the enemies. I'm very confused. I'm confused in what? Because Congo have neighbors, let me say 9 countries that they are around us. And if I can use this example, the people that they attacked us when I was growing up, on that time the country was calling Zaire. We see the Rwandans come from across the borders. And the other example I can use, like this country calling Libya, Muammar Gaddafi was killing, not the African was killing them. They are European, come from Europe. They come to be supported with the rebels, and they kill the president of Libya. How can we today, we can say the Rwanda government, they are not our enemy? In which way? People of Congo, they will understand that. Because there are some of us, we are here today, their family, maybe they left 2 people, or 2, a father, he ran away with one son, the other one that was a criminal, there was past, they died, all of them with the rebels from Rwanda, and they're speaking in Rwanda. We are not refusing about what we are coming to raise now about Banyamulenge. Yes, people they call themselves Banyamulenge, but we know the truth. The Banyamulenge do not exist in Congo. But as a person who comes from another country, and they come to, let me make this, to come with the cows, and today he must claim he have a land. And if the government, as a president, can say, yes, the Banyamulenge sont the Congolais. And then you, as a Congo, think this room, all of us, we are Congolese. And today we accept the Rwanda, they are not our enemy. This question, I'm asking myself while I'm sitting there, is this the Congolese that are in Congo, how they are going to take this, how they are going to understand? Last month, the minister, I think the minister is a parliament member, Bitakwira, is from Uvira, I'm from Uvira also. He raised up the hands and say, why Congo is not closing the border with Rwanda? But today, as youth, we are inside here. One of our youth, the intelligence of KwaZulu-Natal University, is telling us we don't have a problem with Rwanda. Can you please make me understand this?
Thank you so much. This is one of the very critical topics in the DRC context. And I want you to locate yourself within the framework of me as a Marxist. I don't care what Bitakwira says, because I don't buy into his ideological position. But for me, I use a theory of the oppressed and the non-oppressed. So I look at Rwanda as a society. I divide it into 2. a bourgeoisie class and a proletariat class. The bourgeoisie class is a class of those who owns means of production. In Marxist terms, these ones who owns means of production, they own industries. They own manufacturing companies. Comrade Dai mentioned when he was in Kinshasa. Couldn't see those. If we go back to Rwanda and ask ourselves, or if I ask, do you know anyone these industrialists? Anyone these who has a mining company in Rwanda, who owns a very well reputable company like your Anglo Ashanti, or your anything that you could say. So, what constitutes a bourgeoisie class of the Rwandan community? It is a tiny group, currently, of a group of small Tutsi, and because I'm in the camera, I'm apologizing. I'm not pushing the idea of division or anti-Tutsi conversation. But I'm saying, within our brothers Tutsi, there is a group, a small group of Tutsi intellectuals within the military, business, politics, and academy, who were co-opted to drive an agenda, a capitalist agenda in Rwanda. And that agenda does not benefit someone from Butare. That group, which I call Economic Security Guard, which is led by President Kagame, it drives an idea, a view, a mission of a capitalist agenda. Why don't we have conflict with Zambia, for example? And Bitakwira cannot touch that. We don't have conflict with Zambia because Lubumbashi is linked to Debe. They can get mineral in Ikasi. There is a road. There is a train that can go through Kasumbalesa to Debe. So there is no need because infrastructure are already there. Comrade Nkizi, remember the program, the project for roads, Cape Town. It was to link a railway system from Cape Town to Cape. That's why we don't have conflict with Zambia. Because minerals can move quickly to the port of Debe. There is the Tazara railway. The Tazara railway links the city, the port of Dar es Salaam, to the port, to Lubumbashi via Zambia. And all of these countries are controlled by the West. So the movement of goods and services and minerals is clear. You go to the border of the DRC and Angola. The DRC and Angola, you can move from Lubumbashi to the port of Lunda North in Angola. Why was that done? Because the colonial, when they took Congo, it was about rubber, plastic. These minerals that we have in Eastern DRC, they did not know them. As a result, the Eastern DRC does not have a railway system. For the Americans, the French to eat Congo, they don't need Rwanda if there was a good railway or a good road infrastructure. If you check recently, there is a road that has been built between Uganda and Goma. I don't know if you saw that project. Now, in the 21st century, some of the minerals that the Eastern DRC did not have they came to be discovered, which are needed now. But there are no infrastructure to transport them. Who do you use? Why are we not using Burundi? Why don't we have many problems with Burundi? Because if you look at the map, you will see that Burundi is not connected close to spaces where there are those minerals. You get that? So if I say that I don't have it, if I'm saying to the youth of the DRC and Rwanda to say that we don't have problem with the Rwandese proletariat, the oppressed Rwandese. You check statistics. Rwanda is among the countries that potable water. That one is not my enemy. The enemy is capital, which has adopted, now we call them the petit bourgeoisie, the little white people, who are now driving, and this bourgeoisie now has been in Zaire this long time. Bemba Saulo, he had a transportation company which was transporting coffee, cacao, tea from Eastern DRC to Europe. Was there a need for Rwanda to do that? And that company, the Zaire, was working. Their children, are they not running us today? Comrade, is President Bemba not been appointed Minister of Transport? When Mzee came, when he wanted that to change, did Bemba start his own rebel movement? Who funded it? Now they've created a class of rich Congolese whom their children are the one running us, they are the one leading the country. And you go even to Rwanda, you'll find top military officials, their children are marrying our children in Congo. Do you know that? James Kabarebe, there was a time I saw the current Vital Kamerhe in a wedding. Comrade, even the son of Ramaphosa married a lady from Uganda, the daughter of Dr. Amma Mbabazi. So, the problem that we have as the working class, we need to be united, mobilize ourselves, and say, these countries that are attacking us, imagine, and I thank so much to Comrade Steve, to say that some of this anger coming, this is our brother. Why is he allowing me to be poked? Imagine if we couldn't have the white diplomacy, the policy on Zimbabwe. What would have happened in Zimbabwe? But South Africa chose. And the ANC, I'm not sure if those policies are going to continue. We don't know. But South Africa had a clear foreign policy towards Zimbabwe. And it came out loudly. I remember President Beki said, quite diplomacy. But go and read the foreign affairs diplomacy of Rwanda. Is Rwanda to become a Belgium of Central Africa? How does it going to become a Belgium of Central Africa? Is for it to have good transportation. That's what they've done. If you check their budget, they spend more in transport. Almost 30% of the Rwandese budget goes to the transport. They've ameliorated the Rwandese Airways. It's one of the best airways in the continent. You know. It is from that, then the country now will be able to facilitate the looting of the rich. But who is benefiting? A little group of black, and I insist, black Tutsi, and all of them, they speak English. Can I repeat that? It's a small group of the Rwandese petit bourgeoisie, which is constituted by Tutsi, who speak English, which means there are also Tutsi who speak French, whom the struggle of Rwanda has their own definition. There you are. There was another segmentation of the Hutu who speaks English, who came in 1994, who refused to accept themselves to be used by the state. I cite Dr. Jean Murigandi. This group, some of it is here around in South Africa. So Rwanda is not our enemy. Our enemy is the Rwandese bourgeoisie class, which drives the agenda of oppression and looting mineral resources, and it is that same group of Tutsi, Comrade Steve, you talked about security, that same group of Tutsi, if you say as a Tutsi Rwandese, you speak English, you say enough is enough, I don't want this, if you run out of the country, it follows you. Kayumba Nyamwasa, is he not a Tutsi? He is. So for us as communist leader, our struggle is the struggle of the working class. All over the world, wherever the working class is, as Comrade Kize said, must be united against capitalist forces that have captured our brothers and turned them into economic security guard. So if you are going to talk to the youth in Kinshasa, tell them that Feruzi says the working class of Rwanda is not our problem. Our problem is the black brothers who have been co-opted by capitalist forces because capitalism has its own way of surviving. And when it is tired with Rwanda, something else can be developed. And it think in long term, like what Comrade said. This thing, Comrade, where there is a professor in UCT who published a whole book predicting that in 30 years to come or 40, white forces are going to get this country through ballot paper. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think some of these responses now, because that's why they necessitate now, that's why CRM is here now. So these are the things that now we do follow-ups. So we organize now, we come either to the community or you come to the CRM, then we develop more, we explain more so that you can tap into the resources that are available. Unfortunately, time is very, very against us today. As you all know, we run toward 4 p.m. now. So we're going to give our president the stage to give word of thanks as we draw to the close. And those who had other questions or other things to follow up, do follow up. Our office is open. The Secretary General is going to be in touch with. We got some of your contacts, or you can make that contact, and then we are happy and willing and glad to assist to remove any confusion, anything that may be in our mind, so that we can stay all on the same line as we drive toward the same road together. Remember, we are in this together for this revolution, and we need to liberate our country and drive toward the development of it. We can only do that when we are all on the same line and speaking the same language. Thank you very much. Comrade, you have the mic.
Thank you, Comrade. Thank you, Program Director, for the good work. Thank you for the Dr. Feruzi and Baba Mkize. Thank you. We really appreciate ours to be here today with you, to give us this auditorium where we can reflect on these 64 years of our struggle. This is a struggle we are in. From the very time where they were sharing this Africa as a without our consent, till now, nothing has changed. But now, ours as a CRM is to establish a dictatorship of a proletarian movement we should be leaded by a vanguard movement where workers will rule. That is our end of CRM. Comrade, we know that we have been exploited long, but now is the time for as a CRM to lead the way now with the professional revolutionaries so that we can liberate our people back home. We thank you, comrade, for whatever what happened there, for questions, for your time. It is not easy, and especially for our community to be here till this time. But we can see that that need of change back home. Please be united. The doors of CRM are open for everybody. We are a progressive movement, and we have to accommodate all the progress around the world to be together so that we can forward with the struggle of working class and all the proletariat around the world. Thank you.
Haisemi, anaifunga micro, haitia chini. Hapa sasa tutakulutire. Shika tutakulutire. Maana tutaanza kulutire takia ndio mwisho. Tutakulutire hapa. Naacha. Itasema kwa kamera. Nani gani? Sasa ni watu wachache kupiga. Na wote na kusema. Sasa ndio Kongo. Chumba bana ndio maana. Chumba. Hapana, ndio Kongolea nini? Wanaimbaga limoja. Takutunga. Atakuwa. Ndio Kongolea nini? Ndio Kongolea nini? Sawa, wewe unasema kule mbele. Anasema tu unaona hapa jamaa inakuwa disinform professor Mairere. Sio tena ya kipa ni kitu na mziki kwa hivi. Unapatia space. Hata media mpatie space. Sasa wewe unataka kufanya kazi wewe. Unafanya kazi kwa kuliko kwa mimi. Kule ndio ushoka kule ndio kama kule mbele. Sio sasa ile isha kwa mimi. Hawezi kufikiri kazi. Hapana. Sikia. Kule bwana, sema Njonga atasema nikate unasema complain yako. Sio inakuwa la deuxième fois. Iko live. Nikate live na onganga sema. Anga sema. Unasema before usaka. Jumla kuna. Ona sasa. Sawa. Ushafunga vipi? Chris.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Nous sommes presque à la fin. Nous étions live sur notre chaîne Congo 26. Donc ici, c'était juste la réflexion sur l'expression et l'exploitation dans la République démocratique du Congo. Comme d'habitude, l'organisateur, c'était juste notre organisation appelée CRM, c'est-à-dire en français, vient juste et voilà, donc nous allons peut-être nous revoir prochainement. Merci.
Felicitations à kazi nzuri sana. Inapita na makanisa bwana. Kama tutakuwa na system hivyo kwa kanisa tunaona kanisa ziendelea sana. Kanisa bwana. Inapita na makanisa mingi sana. Nani kwa? Unasema? Wapi na wapi?
They are prepared for that. Umeshaongea nao.
Umeshaongea nao?
Watatu wako pale. Feruzi, wako ni brother, mzee mmoja.
Sema kusema wake tatoka hii itakuwa pale. Hai itakuwa sawa. Kwa itakuwa kuingiza. Tangalia kama tikai nani.
Sasa kusema positionner pale wanangoela ni nani.
Nani kwa kana bula mnani.
Hapa nyenye tafuta kungali live.
Sio, beta nani. Nani?
Sio kwa mama yake kuna problem.
Kuna mama yake kwa sababu semea.
Semea kwa.
Semea wapi? Zile sisi tuko nazo. Hizi. C'est vrai.
Je peux expliquer.
Mais ça
mama.
Kumbe muda basi.
Mwende. Sauti iko kuna kusikia.
Ya bila nani speaker taongea.
Chris, mambi Chris na. Ebo wakuye, acha hiyo. Moyo mkuu. Chris. Mambo. Basi ndio. Chao ndio. Uli. Sawa.
Chairman.
Yes.
One, two, one.
Ça va? Oui, docteur, je crois qu'aujourd'hui nous sommes le 9 et aujourd'hui vous êtes venus juste pour participer à cette élection. Donc si le
Merci beaucoup tout d'abord. C'est que nous pensons. Donc pour moi c'est un privilège. J'ai salué. J'ai fait partie des gens qui sont convaincus. Nous ne devons pas célébrer l'indépendance. Nous devons faire des réflexions. Et si je suis arrivé à accepter de venir et parler, présenter ce que je devais dire aux gens à propos de mon pays, c'est parce que ce mouvement nous a montré une maturité et ils ont une façon de redéfinir et lire les problèmes et les origines de tout ce qui se passe dans notre pays. Donc, cette journée du 29, c'est parce que, vous savez, ici, en Afrique d'ici, les gens ont des activités un peu partout. Peut-être les organisateurs ont décidé d'organiser ceci aujourd'hui. C'est parce que peut-être c'était un bon moment. Même si ça pouvait être demain, on allait tout simplement faire des réflexions. Pas nécessairement dire que c'est une fête. Donc c'est ça, voilà pourquoi nous sommes ici. Et nous avons donné notre façon de lire et redéfinir les problèmes de notre pays. Donc c'était une réflexion. Merci.
Ok, pour ma deuxième question, est-ce que quand vous réfléchissez à cet événement, qui est peut-être et on sait qu'il y a tout le monde l'histoire.
Moi, je fais partie des gens qui font partie de cette école-là qui disent que Lumumba n'a pas perdu sa vie pour la RDC. Il a perdu sa vie pour le continent. Et nous célébrons Patrice Emery Lumumba tous les jours. Et le 30 juin est symbolique. Cette génération de Patrice Lumumba et les autres qui avaient tout fait pour que nous soyons là où nous sommes aujourd'hui, avec cette indépendance politique qu'on nous avait léguée. Mais moi, je ne trouve pas plus important de célébrer. Parce que Patrice Emery Lumumba, devant les rois Baudouin, quand il avait donné son discours, c'était un discours qui avait confirmé notre personnalité en tant que les êtres humains vis-à-vis de l'homme blanc. Donc, en tant que panafricaniste, Emery Patrice Lumumba, tout ce qu'il avait fait, et il avait été tué, c'est pour l'émancipation totale du du Congo en particulier et du continent en général. Donc, les 30 juin, c'est pour nous pour faire une révolution. Lumumba est célébré tous les jours.
Alors, avant peut-être les mots de la paix, j'ai encore donc il ne peut pas dire c'est une expression de paix. Il y a une
Donc tout d'abord, je vais commencer par dire, par reconnaître tout ce qui se passe dans l'Est du Congo. Je vais m'agenouiller avec les victimes et je comprends et je plaire les morts dans l'Est du Congo parce que moi personnellement je viens de l'Est. Donc c'est quelque chose qui est tout près de mon cœur en tant que Kivusien et Congolais en particulier. Mais pour ce qui concerne la sécurité, et cette guerre qui est dans l'Est du pays, c'est une guerre qu'on devait d'abord en tant que Congolais se demander pourquoi cette guerre. Quelles sont des raisons? Quels sont des facteurs contributifs qui éclatent cette guerre que nous sommes en train de faire? On est en train de récupérer des localités. Je dirais, l'MPT est en train de récupérer des localités avec Corneille Nanga et les autres. Mais nous avons les FARDC. Nous avons notre... La fois passée, quand j'ai visité des informations venant des institutions et des baromètres qui mesurent les capacités des armées, on nous avait dit que notre armée est parmi les armées les plus puissantes du continent, les 10 armées les plus puissantes. On peut maintenant se demander pourquoi cette armée n'arrive pas à protéger l'intégrité de notre pays. Pourquoi cette armée n'arrive pas à protéger nos compatriotes? Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Est-ce que c'est à partir de Kinshasa ou c'est à partir du corps de l'armée? Parce que de ma part, je dirais que c'est une contradiction. On ne peut pas être parmi les meilleures armées du continent, les 10 premiers, nous sommes parmi, et puis un petit pays comme le Rwanda, qui appuie l'M23 et les autres là, peuvent faire tout ce qu'ils sont en train de faire. Donc, de ma part, je dirais que nous devons revisiter notre appareil sécuritaire et voir qu'est-ce qui se passe dans notre appareil sécuritaire. Je vous remercie.
Ok, merci. Mais pour le mot de la paix, juste qu'est-ce que vous dites aux Congolais qui sont dans la diaspora et les Congolais qui sont à l'intérieur du pays? Donc, votre limite est là.
Ceux-là qui se trouvent à l'intérieur du pays, ils doivent se mobiliser, ils doivent comprendre tout ce qui se passe dans le pays et faire de manière qu'on trouve des solutions favorables. Parce que ce sont eux qui sont en train de voter. Ce sont eux qui connaissent les leaders qu'ils avaient votés. Pour nous, de la diaspora, nous sommes devenus à un certain temps, on peut dire, nous sommes aussi devenus problématiques. Quand le président FATSHI a pris le pouvoir, il y a eu la majorité des gens qui viennent du diaspora, qui fait partie du gouvernement. Mais ce qu'on est en train de parler à propos de, c'est tout à fait inacceptable. Parce que quand on a eu la chance d'étudier à l'extérieur du pays, nous sommes des experts et on nous donne la chance de diriger ou peut-être d'être directeur des entreprises publiques. On devait être moderne. Est-ce que cette diaspora qui se trouve à Kinshasa, qui se trouve à Lubumbashi, à Bukavu, qu'est-ce qu'ils sont en train de faire? Donc c'est ce que je peux dire. Merci beaucoup. Misa, olha Soit. Ole vini. What? Sana magana. Tuanze funga vyetu hivi vya venye. Sasa hichi hapa kulalisha chini. Hiki? Il faut kulalisha kwa kulale chini kwa hivi.